Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Honorable Senators. The Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change would like to acknowledge the following resource persons. Physically present in this public hearing are the following. We have Secretary Carlito Galvez from the Department of National Defense and also Chairperson of National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office. We have from the Office of the Civil Defense, we have Asek Bernardo Rafaelito Alejandro. From the Department of Environment, Natural Resources, and Natural Resources, Yusek Marilu Ernie, Undersecretary Augusto de la Peña, Undersecretary Ignatius Loyola Rodriguez, and Director Romy Rose Padilla. From the National Mapping Resource and Information Authority, we have Undersecretary Peter N. Janko. From the Environmental Management Bureau, we have ASEC Gilbert Gonzalez. From the Biodiversity Management Bureau, we have Assistant Secretary Marshall Amaro Jr. From the Maritime Industry Authority or Marina, we have Attorney Hernani Fabia. From the Philippine Coast Guard, we have Deputy Commandant for Administration, Vice Admiral Ronnie Hill Gavan, and Vice Admiral Robert Patrimonio. From the Philippine Ports Authority, we have Port Management Office of Batangas, Mr. Joselito Sino Cruz, and Attorney Mark John Palomar. Also from Port Management Office Bataan, Mr. Albert Francis Goles. And from Philippine Ports Authority, we have Attorney Mark John Palomar. Yes. From the Department of Tourism, we have Regional Director for Region 6, Crisanto Marden Rodriguez. From the Department of Labor and Employment, Assistant Regional Director for Region 6, Attorney Dax Villaruel. From the Philippine National Police, we have Police Colonel Romel Javier, and together with Police Colonel Oliver Tanseco and Police Lieutenant Colonel Melville Laburos. From the local government units affected by the oil spill, we have from the Province of Oriental Mindoro, Governor Humerlito Dunor. From the Municipality of Nauhan, Oriental Mindoro, we have Mayor Henry Joel Teves. From the Municipality of Pola, Oriental Mindoro, we have Mayor Jennifer Cruz. From the Municipality of Gloria, Oriental Mindoro, we have Mayor Herman Rodeherio. From the Municipality of Bungabong, Oriental Mindoro, we have Mayor Elio Malaluan. Virtually present in this public hearing are from the Department of Health, we have Dr. Rodora Reyes. From the Pag-asa, we have Mr. Juanito Galang. From the Philippine Coast Guard, the officer in charge, we have Rolando Lisor Punzalan. From the United Filipino Seafarers, we have Engineer Nelson Ramirez. From the civil societies, we have Attorney Gloria Estenso Ramos from the Oceania, Philippines. From the Greenpeace Philippines, we have Mr. Jefferson Chua. And from the academy, we have Dr. Irene Rodriguez and Dr. Cecil Villanoy from the UP Marine Science Institute. From also present in this public hearing is the ship owner. We have Miss Pritzi T, Vice President of RDC Rail Marine Services, the owner of the MT Princess Empress.
Can we ask the UP Marine Science to assist in?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Online ba? Online ba?
The UP Marine Science Institute representatives are online po, virtually. That is all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Our agenda of today's public hearing refers to the recent Oriental Mindoro oil spill incident. Senator Francis Tolentino rendered on March 6, 2023, a privileged speech on the issue, while I filed proposed Senate Resolution number 537, directing this committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the escalating oil spill from the sunken tanker Mount Princess Empress that is causing surmounting damages to the marine ecosystem and biodiversity among its other adverse effects. Both Senator Tolentino's privileged speech and the said proposed resolution were referred to this committee. As a backgrounder, we have gathered from reports and other sources that on February 28, 2023, an oil tanker called Mount Princess Empress that was carrying a cargo load of around 800,000 liters of industrial oil encountered engine trouble due to overheating. The rough seas allegedly made the vessel drift towards the vicinity of Balingawan Point in Oriental Mindoro until it capsized and sank off the coast of Nauhan in the said province. It was reported that the stranded crew were timely rescued prior to the sinking of the ship. The oil from Mount Princess Empress started to spill and spread in the vicinity not long after it sank. And we gathered from Bulletin Number 3, dated March 4, 2023, of the University of the Philippines Marine Science Institute that based on the oil spill trajectories made, the oil spill could possibly affect an approximate of 20,000 hectares of coral reef, 9,900 hectares of mangroves, and 6,000 hectares of seagrass that could be found in 14 municipalities and one city of the province of Mindoro Oriental, 2 municipalities in Occidental Mindoro, 5 municipalities in Palawan, and 1 in Antique. That was a projection made 10 days ago. We hope to see updated figures based on the actual scenario now as the spread of the oil spill has been escalating day by day and its effect have become more pronounced. The National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council Situation Report dated March 12 stated that a total of 13 marine protected areas and 61 tourist attractions in Oriental Mindoro were affected. An estimate of 8 kilometers of coastline in the municipality of Caluya in Antique Province were affected as well. As to the affected population, for Mimaropa, there are 21,691 families, which translates to 107,232 individuals found in 117 barangays are affected, while for Region 6, there are 7,670 families or 26,259 individuals found in 4 barangays are affected by the oil. We have previously experienced disastrous oil spills in our internal waters, the most prominent of which was the Guimeras oil spill in 2006, which was mentioned by Senator Tolentino in his privileged speech and subsequently during interpellation discussed with Senator Pia Cayetano, who was then the chairperson of the Committee on Environment. The sinking of the MT Solar 1 oil tanker which carried 2.1 million liters of bunker fuel off the coast of Guimaras, affected 1,500 hectares of mangrove, seagrass, and coral reef, ruined the livelihood of 20,000 fishermen, and entailed a long-time rehabilitation. Compared to Guimaras, the current figures show that the Oriental Mindoro is emerging to have more extensive effects. Our past and current experience that tell us that this Oriental Mindoro oil spill will definitely adversely affect the marine ecosystem and biodiversity, fisheries and food supplies, the livelihood of the people, especially our fisher folks, and the health of the people who are at risk of contracting respiratory diseases due to the inhaling of the oil and of course the pollution of the drinking water. Tourism industry in the affected areas, which consist of the coasts and beaches of Oriental Mindoro, are popular tourist destinations, are affected. It is an understatement to say that this is a distressing news for the country. For one, this oil spill incident is a setback on our ongoing efforts to strengthen our ecosystem and mend our fragile biodiversity while we are undergoing the United Nations Decade of Ecosystem Restoration from 2021 to 2030. You see, the Philippines is among the world's biodiversity hotspots, or those areas experiencing high rates of habitat and biodiversity loss. Based on reports, the oil spill threatens around 21 locally managed marine protected areas, including the Verde Island Passage, which is the center of the global shore fish biodiversity. And this happened while there are pending bills poised to give Verde Island as a legislated protected area in the future. Moreover, as the people are still inching towards recovery from the pandemic, it appears unwarranted for the residents of the provinces and municipalities in Mimaropa and Region 6 affected to be subjected to additional hardship because of the oil spill. There is an urgent call from the public, for the ship owner and the national government agencies concerned to contain the oil spill in the most expeditious way possible. Time is of the essence in order to avert further and irreparable damages. Sure, it will not be easy, but we have the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan in place. There is technology in the application of containment booms, skimming of oil, siphoning of oil, use of sorbents, and if it is safe, the use of chemical dispersants to break down the oil. The private sector has signified willingness to help. It was also reported that Japan and the US, who have experts in oil containment and recovery, signified willingness to help too. We hope to learn and see what will be the calibrated actions of our relevant government agencies towards the goal of oil containment. However, while it is the oil containment which seeks urgency, the following relevant questions has also been raised. How are the affected residents, especially those who have lost their livelihood, being assisted? How will they be compensated for the disruption and damages they are suffering? Senator Tolentino has raised the issue on seaworthiness. Did our regulatory agencies such as Marina and the Philippine Coast Guard exercise appropriate judgment in according seaworthiness to Mount Princess Empress? Did they take into consideration the probable circumstances such as the oil spill, and were the presence of maritime protected areas in the vessel navigational route taken into consideration? Senator Legarda has raised the issue of whether maritime mishaps are happening because our maritime enforcement agencies are lax in implementing our maritime laws, Are vessels with poor condition allowed to ply out sea routes? Senator Pia Cayetano pointed out that there exists an oil pollution management fund created under RA 9483, or the Oil Pollution Compensation Act of 2007, which is the law she championed in the aftermath of the Guimaras oil spill. Is that fund intact and ready to be used during oil spill occurrences? Those are some of the relevant questions begging for answer. We will now hear from our other senators who may wish to give their opening statement as well. But,
Madam Chair.
Yes. Yeah. We will give the first chance to Senator Tolentino, who is in Camarines Sur, and he is afraid that his online presence might not be continued, so he wants to give his opening statement now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to apologize to the members of the committee as well as the resource persons present that I'm not physically present because I have several times postponed this trip to Camarines Sur, and I'm here in Gainza, Camarines Sur right now. But at the outset, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank you for hearing the content of my privilege speech delivered last March 6 this year together with your proposed resolution. Madam Chair, talaga po nakakalungkot at ang dami pong tatamaan ng fish sanctuaries, ang Awan, Tuhod, fish sanctuary, sa Pola, yung Bakawan fish sanctuary, sa Elpitan Darak, sa Pinamalayan, among others, runs of fish sanctuary sa Gloria, yung Tambog fish
I want to inform the Senator, Senator Tolentino, that they are all here, the mayors of those towns in Negros Oriental. They are all here now in the session hall. And Mindoro Oriental, they are all now here in the session hall.
Kaya na po, dear mayors, wala po ako dyan dahil matagal na po kompromiso itong sa Camarines Sur. Pero ako po katulong po ninyo at binabanggit ko nga po yung mga naapektuhang fish sanctuary sa Bungabong, Anilaw Fish Sanctuary, sa Ansalay, ganun din po yung Santa Brigada at hanggang sa Bulalakaw po, yung pong Malatasan Fish Sanctuary. Madam Chair, ang gusto ko pong maliwanagan dito, salamat po at nandyan po yung may-ari po ng RDC. Kahit po siguro wala ako mamaya, siguro po pwede pong magulat at matanong, sagutin nila. Ito pong ating, ito pong MT Princess Empress na pag-aari ng RDC ay covered po ng isang $1 billion protection and indemnity insurance. So sana po sa bawat insidente ng oil spill, sana po masagot ito mamaya kung talaga pang covered sila ng insurance at paano po ito magagamit sangayon po sa Republic Act 9483 at Republic Act 10654, Madam Chair. Gusto rin po natin malaman kung nandyan po yung Marina, kung ganong katanda na po itong Princess Empress, ganong katagal na po ito sa negosyo, at kung ito po ay na-inspeksyon na sa kanilang seaworthiness, kailan po yung inspection at ano po yung status ng RDC insurance claim. Dito po siguro tutuon yung mga tanong ko kung ako po ay nandyan, pero gusto ko pong maidagdag, Madam Chair, kahit po hindi pa ito nababanggit, yung ginagawa po ngayon, ako po ay sumulat din sa Japanese government sa pamamagitan ng Japanese Embassy at nagpapasalamat po tayo, sila po ay tumutulong ngayon at magbibigay pa ng equipment. Subalit ito pong nangyayari ngayon, yung plankton po na habitat po, weeks and months ang paglilinis po. Yung mga beaches po, yung mga tabindagat ay 1 to 2 years. Sang-ayon po ito sa International Tanker Owners Pollution Federation. At yung rocky shores po ay 1 to 3 years. Yung sheltered rocky shores naman po ay 1 to 5 years. Yung salt marsh po ay 3 to 5 years. At yung mangroves po ay mahigit 10 taon ang paglilinis, Madam Chair. So, aabutin po talaga ng mahabang panahon po ito. Kaya kailangan po matuntun po dito kung sino po yung gagastos. Kung pwede pong gamitin itong manggagaling sa Oil Pollution Compensation Act na nabanggit nyo kanina, at ito po ay manggagaling po sa insurance ng Princess Empress. Dahil po sa batas, sa Section 1 po ng kanilang IRR sa 9th Republic Act 9483, for every delivery ng oil bunker, meron pong 10 centavos per liter for oil every delivery ang dapat po ay maibigay sa compensation fund. Ito pong funds po ito, Madam Chair, ay ina-administer ng Marina. So sana po masagot ng Marina ito kahit wala ako mamaya, paano po i-implement ito para matugunan yung mga pangangailangan ng mga kababayan natin sa Mindoro Oriental, doon sa Siyam na Bayan at maging sa Taytay, Palawan. Sa Coast Guard po, ganun din po siguro, paano po sila tutulong-tulong at yung paborito ko pong BIFAR, siguro po dapat magbigay po ng update sa status ng fisheries sa affected areas, Madam Chair. Opo, Madam Chair, marami po akong katanungan pero naniniwala po ako, Madam Chair, yung Marina, BIFAR, ay makakasagot sa maraming katugunan, lalong-lalo na po sa mga tanong ng ating mga alkalde nandyan po sa committee room ngayon. At naniniwala po ako, Madam Chair, na yung ating mga kasamahan ay madadagdagan pa itong katanungan po ito. Muli po, nagpapasalamat po ako sa pagdinig doon sa aking privilege speech at sana po matugunan kaagad ng lahat, maging ng pribadong sektor, ang mga pangangailangan po ng Mindoro Oriental. Lalong-lalo na po yung pola, na alam ko po halos maitim-itim na po yung tubig sa kanilang baybayin dagat. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, sa pagkakataong ito. Ako po nasa malayong lugar, subalit ang aking pundang kami ay kasama po dyan. Salamat po, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Senator.
I just want to acknowledge the presence of Senator Tulfo in the and I wish to recognize Senator Hontiveros for her comments.
Salamat po, Madam Chair, at isang magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Bilang panimula ay nagpapasalamat ako kay Chair Cynthia sa pagdinig na ito sa isang issue kung saan nakasalalay ang buhay ng isa sa pinakamahalaga at pinakamayamang bahagi ng ating kalikasan. Dito rin nakasalalay ang kabuhayan at kalusugan ng ating mga kababayan sa Mindoro, kung taga saan din yung aking maternal lolo, sa Nauhan mismo po, sa Batangas, Palawan, Antique at iba pang karating pook. Narito po tayo ngayon upang alamin ang pinakaugat ng naging dahilan ng trahedya ng pagkalubog ng MT Princess Empress at ang pagtagas ng langis mula dito, putting at risk one of the richest biodiversity sites in the world, putting at risk the livelihood of many of our kababayan. Nandito rin po tayo upang hanapan ng solusyon ang trahedyang ito na mabigyang proteksyon ng ating karagatan, lalo na ang mga mangroves na breeding ground ng ating mga isda at ang Verde Island Passage, ang tinaguriang center of marine shorefish biodiversity in the world. Kailangan nating sama-samang hanapan ng solusyon at bigyan ng suporta ang ating mga kababayan sa pangingisda. Ang ating mga kababayan sa pangingisda kumukuha ng ikabubuhay at kilalanin ang kanilang mga pagsisikap na maprotektahan ang kanilang kabuhayan. Kamakailan lamang ay pumunta kami ni dating Senador Kiko Pangilinan sa Mindoro Oriental upang maghatid ng tulong para sa mga nabiktima ng malalang pagbaha sa lugar. Matapos sa mga pagbahang ito, oil slick naman ang kinakaharap nila ngayon. The threat that this brings to the Verde Island Passage will impact not only the people living in Mindoro and nearby provinces, but as the area with the highest concentration of coral reefs, fishes, and mangroves, it will also negatively affect the country's food supply. Ang ganitong kalaking problema ay nangangailangan ng sama-samang pagkilos mula sa iba't ibang sektor ng lipunan. Nagpapasalamat din tayo sa mga bansang nagpaabot ng kanilang intensyong tumulong. They are reaching out because they recognize the ecological and social importance of our seas. Madam Chair, the urgency of this matter cannot be underscored enough. and we welcome all the help we can get. We need all the help we can get. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Senator Risa. We now call on Senator Revilla to make his comments. Online.
Good morning. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Good morning to our very able chairperson, Senator Cynthia Villar, colleagues, guests, resource persons. Magkahalong lungkot at dismaya ang nangingibabaw sa ating mga damdamin bunsod sa naganap na oil spill. Matinding panganib na nagbabanta sa kabuhayan at kalusugan ng ating mga kababayan ang kinaharap natin. Make no mistake, this is a great environmental crisis. Ang nakakapuyos ng ating damdamin ay ang panghihinayang, lalo't alam natin na maaari sanang napigilan ang trahedyang ito. The extent of the damage is so overwhelming. Nakakapangilabot at na malaman ang lawak ng nasira sa ating likas na yaman na alam nating pinaghuhugutan ng kabuhayan ng maraming mga Pilipino. In just a span of 2 days after the incident, the Philippine Coast Guard reported that the oil spill was already 6 kilometers long and 4 kilometers wide, covering an area of 24 square kilometers. Madam Chair, that is already 41 times size of Luneta Park. Kung nung unang 2 araw ng insidente, ganyan ang kalaki ang sakop ng pinsala, imagine how much worse the damage is almost 2 weeks later without clear and immediate plans to remedy it. Ang unang kalikasan ay patuloy na nagdurusa sa bawat segundo na mabagal na pagkilos ay nangangahulugan lalong pagkawasak nito. Dagdag pa dito ay ang dumadaming bilang ng mga apektadong kababayan natin na nagkakasakit. Alam natin ang panganib sa kalusugan ng oil spill. Pero higit pa riyan ang banta sa hanap buhay ng mga mangingisdang humuhugot ng pagkakakitaan sa katubigan. Ang lumong balita nga ay hikaws na ang ating mga kababayan doon. At silang tagahuli ng makakain, silang mga walang makain. Ang turismo, bagsak. Hindi lang kalikasan ng nawasak, pati buhay at kabuhayan ng mga tao sobrang lagapak. Labis ng nakakaalarma ang pangyayaring ito. But we are already here. A point of no return for our once pristine and blue seas. The damage has been done. Be that as it may, we cannot remain unfazed by the threats to our environment for the oil spill. Kagyat na aksyon ang kailangan upang supilin ang pinsala sa lalong madaling panahon. Madam Chair, let me reiterate that we should tighten the regulation on ships and tankers that we will allow to voyage our seas. Kung sa inspection pa lamang, kulang na tayo para bang sinadya na rin natin na mangyari ito. Pasensya na po kayo kung mapangahas ko itong sasabihin. Those whose negligence caused the oil spill should be held equally, if not more, liable. Sila na dapat tumatanod at nagbabantay sa ating mga katubigan ay may higit na pananagutan. And as the actor mainly responsible for this unfortunate event, RTC, Real Marine Services Inc., you must take full accountability and should be at the forefront of cleaning the mess you made. Hindi pwedeng hahayaan na lang nila ito. Ang sasagot ay problemang dinulot nito. Huwag nyo na lang gawing excuse yung insurance ninyo. Hindi matatapatan ng bilyon-bilyon, no, ang damage sa ating karagatan. Dahil kailanman na hindi niyan maibabalik at hindi niya kayang tumbasan ang likas na yaman na nasira. Tingnan nyo sa mata ang mga mangingisda na na hindi magkanda ugaga sa paghahanap ng madidilensyan dahil sa kumakalam na sikmura ng kanilang mga pamilya. For everything that you do or fail to do, the consequences will be borne by your conscience. At habang inuusig kayo ng inyong konsensya, saan yung aabutin din kayo ng ngipin ng batas at hindi kayo makakatakas. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Revilla. We now hear from Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Magandang umaga po sa ating minamahal na ginang na tagapangulo. Wala na po akong masyadong masasabihin na mahal na tagapangulo kung hindi. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng dumalo. Alam po namin na abala kayo sa ganap na ito. At isa pong malaking hinga sa amin ang makasama po kayo. Maraming salamat po, mahal na ginang tagapangulo.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. We now hear from Senator Tulfo.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Senator Cynthia Villar, esteemed colleagues, Senator Robin Padilla, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Bong Revilla, and Senator J.B. Ejercito, and other guests, and good morning to all. Before anything else, I would like to commend my colleague, Senator Francis Tolentino, for calling our attention to this incident, which is a matter of public concern, in this committee for taking it up with urgency. Let me go straight to the point, Madam Chair. I'm here to find out if our laws are sufficient to hold people responsible for the oil spill liable for what has happened. Can they be held civilly or criminally liable? Ito pong mga oil spill means so much more to our country than any other country. Kasi nga po, tayo ay isang archipelago. Binubo tayo ng mga isla at pinalilibutan ng tubig. It has threatened the marine biodiversity of Verde Island Passage. It has affected the tourist destination in Oriental Mindoro, Antique, Palawan, and based on forecast, it might also reach Romblon and Boracay. Ang ating mga kababayan ay umaasa sa ating yaman dagat. Kaya hindi po birong epekto sa ating bayan ng mga ganitong oil spill. As mentioned by Senator Tolentino in his speech, madami naman po tayong batas na nakalatag para proteksyonan ang ating karagatan at yamang dagat. But we have to reinforce this. Republic Act 9483 or the Oil Pollution Compensation Act of 2007 is silent as to the other liabilities and responsibilities of the ship owner or the charterer. RA 9483 merely exempts the charter from claims for compensation for pollution damage. Parang mali po yata to. The charterer should also have a liability. I'm also concerned on the capability of our Coast Guard to prevent and contain these oil spills. The Philippine Coast Guard was given a budget of 1.3 billion pesos for its Marine Environmental Protection Program. Paano po magagamit ito para maproteksyonan ang ating yaman dagat sa mga oil spill? How fast can we clean up this oil spill to maximize the damage it will cause our marine wealth? I hope to be able to get answers to these questions during this hearing, Madam Chair. I'll expound on them and raise other concerns later. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat, Senator Tulfo. And so we proceed with our presentation. The order of presentation would be number 1, Philippine Coast Guard. Number 2 is Marina. Number 3 is DNR. Number 4 is National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council. And number 5 is BIFAR. So we will proceed with the presentation and then afterwards we are free to ask questions. I just want to acknowledge the presence of BIFAR Assistant Director Isidro Velayo and of course USEC Jonas Leones of DNR. I'm sorry, Secretary, I didn't see you. So I want to acknowledge the presence of Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga. Okay. So before we proceed with our presentation, Senator Escordero would want to say something before we do the presentation. He's online, so we recognize Senator Escudero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No need, everything has been said by my colleagues. I'd like to thank our colleagues for that. And I would intently listen to what our invited resource persons will have to say, and will reserve my questions after their presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, thank you, Senator Escudero. They have changed the order of presentation. We will ask first the Office of the Civil Defense to make the first presentation. We recognize Secretary Carlito Galvez.
Honorable Senator Cynthia Villar, Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change. Our distinguished senators present, resource persons, ladies and gentlemen, Secretary Loizaga. We in the Defense Department and also with the OCD will be looking forward to providing information to the Senate Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change on the oil spill in Mimaropa and Region 6, resulting from the wreckage of Mount Princess Empress off the coast of Oriental Mindoro last 28 February 2022. We commit to cooperate in any way we can to help the August body in its investigation on the incident, and pledge that we will answer questions from the committee to the best of our knowledge. We thank you for this opportunity, Your Honors, and with the permission of the Honorable Chairperson, may we allow Secretary Tito Alejandro to present the general situational updates and the action taken and being undertaken by the National Disaster Risk Management Council and its lead agencies. Madam, thank you.
Thank you, General Galvez. Secretary Galvez. We recognize ASEC Alejandro.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the members of this August body. Allow me to present the update on the effects of the oil spill in Mimaropa and Region 6. My presentation will cover the following: the situation overview, effects, and lastly, the actions taken. Next slide. Next slide. To start, allow me to begin with the situation overview. We will now discuss the timeline of events of this incident. On February 28, 2023 at 4:16 in the morning, a vessel identified as MT Princess Empress was reported half submerged. The vessel had 20 men on board and 800,000 liters of industrial fuel oil. Upon receipt of this report, the vessel was immediately rescued minutes later. All crew were reported to be in good physical condition after being rescued. On March 1, 2023, the vessel totally submerged upon aerial and naval surveillance operations. While on 3 March 2023, the oil spill has been reported to have spread to Western Visayas, the shores of Semirara Island, Kaluya, Antique, and has also reported sightings of oil spill. Additionally, the oil spill has also been sighted in the islands of Kiniluban and Agutaya in the municipality of Agutaya, Palawan. Next slide. Shown here is the slide. In the slide is the mapped areas affected by the oil spill using the Fill Aware program. A 10 to 40 kilometer radius impact projected from DNR was included in this map. Meanwhile, the areas with confirmed effects were marked as red. Next. The same are plotted as indicated in this slide. Further, the image also included the trajectory model from the UP Marine Science Institute. To expound further on the projection, the area was focused on the location of the tanker. Most of the oil is projected to end up along the coast of Polo Bay. Another scenario being reviewed is the wicking of the northeast monsoon may also flow northwards toward Verde Island Passage, affecting the coastal areas of Calapan and Verde Island Passage. On the second part of the presentation, we will be showing you the latest updates on the effects of the oil spill in regions Mimaropa and 6. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Shown are the photos. Next slide. Next slide. Shown are the photos provided by our regional offices in Region 6 and Mimaropa. The PDRIMOs with our PCG personnel conducted clean-up operations and naval inspections of the affected areas. For its effect, a total of 68 areas were reported to have been affected in regions Mimaropa. 122 persons were also reported to have been ill due to the incident. While some of these ill persons experienced vomiting, diarrhea, majority of the ill persons reported dizziness due to inhalation from chemicals present in the oil spill. About 23,005 persons or 108,162 persons in 118 barangays were also affected in Oriental Mindoro and Palawan. 13,588 fisher folks were also affected by this incident. To date, about 4,125 liters of oily water mixtures and 12,685 liters of waste have been collected from the cleanup operations. Due to the effects of the oil spill, 9 cities or municipalities in Oriental Mindoro have declared a state of calamity in their respective AOR as shown in the slide. Shown in these photos, next slide please, are the reported sighting of oil spill incident that reached Western Visayas. Next slide. For the effects in Region 6, 3 areas in Antique have been reported to be affected by the oil spill. It affected 8,387 families or 30,226 persons in Caluya, Antique. 66 fisher folks have also been affected by this incident. A state of calamity was also declared in the said municipality. For the cleanup operations, about 3,100 liters of oily water was collected. Next. Let us now move on to the actions and interventions that were undertaken by the national and regional agencies. Blue alert was maintained in the NDRIMC Operations Center to closely monitor this incident and its effects. Successive emergency meetings and coordinations were held with various agencies, particularly with the DNR, Philippine Coast Guard, DOH, and its regional counterparts to assess, discuss, plan, and make appropriate action to deal with the situation. As a result, a task force was created to support the efforts of the DNR and the Philippine Coast Guard. This task force is headed by our OCD Regional Director of Mimaropa. We would like to acknowledge the strong leadership of Governor Dolor of Oriental Mindoro in spearheading the response effort in the province. Next slide. Shown in this slide are the particular items and cost of assistance provided by the OCD with the assistance of our logistics partners. These include water filtration systems or units, N95 masks, fuel, hard hats, goggles, gloves, sapolin, blankets, shelter, tarpaulins, bottled water, and hygiene kits. Meanwhile, on the slide, next slide please. Meanwhile, on this slide are the actions undertaken by the RCD Marine Field Service Incorporated. Next. The above images were produced using the modeling NOAA genome software. The original forecast is that the oil would head due west of the location. However, comparisons of these results to those observed by the overflight on March 1 showed significant discrepancies, as it appeared the oil had traveled south. The results closely match on the site observation of the southerly moving slick. Oil was predicted to strand in the eastern side of Mindoro, east of Pola, as shown on the map. Next slide. The map shows, the next map displays the progression of the slick over time based on various inputs that were received. Projections will still be updated as the situation remains to be monitored. Other factors are to be considered, such as weather conditions and sea current, that may also affect the trajectory of the oil slick direction. These assessments are being disseminated to the RDRIMC member agencies and our regional counterparts. Next. We have conducted several aerial inspections over Oriental Mindoro. We visited also areas affected by this situation and get clear picture of the magnitude of the effects to identify the immediate needs of the local authorities. Next slide. As regards the actions taken, the NDRIMC has issued Memorandum Number 15, 2023, dated 6 March, for the activation of the 4 response clusters, namely the logistics cluster, the food and non-food cluster, the health cluster, the search, rescue, and retrieval clusters. And they are on standby to assist the effort. In addition, the Secretary of National Defense has directed the tapping of the AFP reservists in the area to assist in the oil spill response. Moreover, the NDRIMC has recommended to the Office of the President the acceptance of assistance from Japan, the United States, and South Korea. That ends my presentation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, OCD. We now hear from the Philippine Coast Guard for their presentation.
Ma'am, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Habang pina-provide po yung presentation po ng Philippine Coast Guard for this hearing, I wish first to very quickly greet yung atin pong chairwoman of the Senate Committee on Environment, Senator Cynthia Villarman, Senator Risa Ontiveros, ma'am, Senator Rafi Tulfo, sir, Ma'am Senator Lauren Velardo, ma'am. Thank you po. Senator Robin Hood Padilla, sir. Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, sir. And I think online with us are Senators Bong Revilla Jr., sir. Senator Francis Escudero. And Senator Francis Tolentino. Kasama din, nais ko din pong batiin yung amin pong partners dun sa pagharap po ng challenge na ito. Governor Dolores, sir, of Oriental Mindoro, sir. Mayor Jennifer Cruz of the Municipality of Pola. Si Mayor Elegio Malaluan po, the Municipality of Tungabong, sir. And Mayor Henry Tevez, Municipality of Nauhan, Oriental Mindoro. To Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr., Defense. Muli maganda, other distinguished guests who are here with us, partners in government service, magandang umaga po muli sa inyo. I just inquire if the presentation has been already. I think they are working on it po, sir. nais ko po din po na introduce po yung aking mga kasamahan dito, sir, part of Coast Guard leadership with us today. Katabi ko po dito si Coast Guard Vice Admiral Ronnie Hill Elgaban. Siya po yung Deputy Commandant for Administration ng Philippine Coast Guard. Kasama po natin ang Commander ng Marine Environmental Protection Command, si Coast Guard Vice Admiral Robert Patrimonio. And kasama po natin ang Commander ng Maritime Safety Services Command, si Coast Guard Vice Admiral Joseph Coime. Sa ipanapaabot po ng aming commandant, yung kanyang paumanhin, he will not be able to make it today sapagkat po meron pong conference sa Regional Cooperation for Armed Robbery and Piracy sa Singapore. At kung kaya't kami po, ang lakas ng Coast Guard po na nandito po ngayon. Salamat po sa inyong pag-unawa. I think the presentation is ready, so ma'am, sirs, makikisuyo na lang po. Ito po ang yung previous slide po, please. Ito po yung mga parte po ng aming i-presenta po ngayon. Very brief background, yung response po natin sa PCG, what we did right away. In other words, yung affected areas as of this day, yung aming pong nakulate from reports on the ground. And then the Philippine Coast Guard efforts na aming pong ipapakita by the day. Kung paano po yung naganap by the day. Interagency initiatives, interagency and international initiatives po natin na nabanggit din po ng ating butihing chairperson po. And for the way forward, I hope you will allow me to just to deliver it in my own words sapagkat po ang way forward naman natin po talaga, ang bottom line niya is continued and aggressive operations on these oils. Next, please. Ang nakikita po natin dito ay ang natuntun po na location, katulad po ng inireport din po kanina. At nakasaad din po dito na yung barko ay nanggaling ng Bataan papunta po ng Iloilo. At noong Sunday po ay lumayag siya. At nung Tuesday, naganap po yung trahedya ng kanyang paglubog. 28 February. Next slide, please. Ma'am, I hope I'll be allowed to go nearer. I'm very sorry. I forgot my glasses. If I may continue po, thank you very much. Sige lang. Nauna po sa chronology po natin, nauna po ma'am, ang pag-rescue ng tao. At sa kabutihan palad, may dumaan po ng FS. So na-rescue sila, 20. At na-facilitate din po ng Coast Guard sa pagkatrabaho din ng Coast Guard ang tungkol dito sa buhay ng mga crew. So moving on forward, noong 12:55 po ng gabi, ng hapon, yung ating helicopter po umalis papunta sa incident area. At doon nila natunton at nakita yung traces of oil spill. Meanwhile po, nung pagkakataon nito, yung mga floating assets po natin, the boats that we have, responded as well. But they reported very, very rough seas. Nung 6:30 po ng hapon, by procedure, nag-activate na po tayo ng National Strike Force at nag-mobilize na po tayo papunta ng Calapan. Nung na-receive, ito po yung panghuli, na-receive yung report ng distress, kaya po ang Oriental Mindoro na station, ang substation ng Calapan, ang SOU, yung divers po natin ng Calapan, ang Marine Environmental Protection Unit Oriental Mindoro ay lahat ay nagtungo upang makita kagad yung assessment at mailatag kagad yung karampatan na pagresponde po. Next, please. So, ituloy po natin. Nag-deploy po tayo ng helicopter para mag-aerial surveillance. Yung barko po nating 97 meters, yung galing po ng Japan, ay nag-proceed din po sa area para makita at magkaroon tayo ng maraming sources ng assessment. Yung strike force po natin ng oil spill na-mobilize at na-proceed po sa Oriental Mindoro. Next slide, please. Noong day 2, yung ating Marine Environmental Protections Marine Science Investigation Force ay sumakay ng ating Islander 251 para po pumunta doon sa Oriental Mindoro. Yung Crisis Management Committee po na pinangungunahan po ng inyong abang lingkod, create din po kagad. Yung Titan Malayan Towage, nakarating po ito sa Port of Calapan. Ito pong tugboat na Titan, ito po kinomisyon po ito ng may-ari bilang kanilang response action. At ito, nung araw pong ito ay sa distansya po na ating pinakita kanina na mga 11 nautical miles away, seeing the oil coming out, ito po kasi paggamit ng dispersant, in as much as there are environmental considerations, they decided to use it, and using type 1 and NORChem, that is less damaging to the environment, malayo po yung distansya niya. Ang distance po ng paggamit ng dispersants na ipinagbabawal ay kung yung depth po ay less than 50 meters, 50 feet. Hindi po advisable yon. Dapat po sa open sea siya. Ito po ay 300 meters. 300 meters po siya, 100 feet po yung 300 meters. Ang depth po na ayon sa chart kung saan po nandun yung barko. Next, please. Nakikita po naman natin dito yung mga deployments nga po rin on day 2. Atin po mapapansin na personnel at saka po yung ating mga aircraft tsaka seacraft na maaring mag-responde ang tumungo po sa area. Day 3, please. Nung day 3, natuloy po yung pag-apply po ng dispersant. Tapos po yung National Strike Force Team, shoreline assessment po, sa nais namin makita na talaga kung gaano ka-extensive o kaya makita kung paano natin mapapaghandaan ng pag-protect. Nakakita na rin po nung day 3 ng sightings po ng trap na oil. Next slide, please. Nung day 4, ito po ay report from Oriental Mindoro. Yung ating pong komandante, kasama po yung commander ng MEPCOM at yung MSIF ay nagtungo, pati po yung sa ITOF, nagtungo po doon to conduct an assessment and to check. Tapos po, tuloy pa rin po yung ating sa dispersant. Muli, ito po ay offshore. Samples rin po kumuha na rin po ng samples. At dito po nagsimula yung proseso na pagkuha ng sample at para makita po kung anong type ng oil na yung nakukuha at kung magmamatch po siya doon sa oil ng tanker. Next, please. Nakatanggap na rin tayo nung day 4 po. Ito po ay nung 03 March. Ang ulat na ito from Antique. Nung hapon po ng 23 March, 03 March, nakakita na po ng oil slicks sa shoreline sa barangay Tinogbok, Kaluya, Antique. But not as much as that what was seen in Oriental Mindoro. Nagkaroon pa ng komperensya at nag-designate na rin po ng oil spill response team o naglagay na rin sa Coast Guard District Western Visayas kung saan sinasakop po ang Antique. Next please. Noong day 5, ayon sa report sa Oriental Mindoro, yung atin na may karagdagan po tayo na tugboat na nagtungo doon. Yung Titan at yung MTAG Cedar 8, tuloy-tuloy po na naandoon sa vicinity. So with our National Strike Force team, Marine Science technicians, 1 personnel from the Incident Management team also went there. With the indulgence po of this August body, yung day-by-day accounting po of how many were collected will be provided po, sir. Para meron po tayong general idea of the results of the actions taken. Next slide, please. Day 5, report from Antique. May collected po na 8 drums of oily water weights among the highlights of this day from Antique. Next, please. Noong day 6, report from Oriental Mindoro. Nag-attempt po tayo mag-proceed sa source ng oil spill, ngunit, katulad ng akin nabanggit, yung height of 2 to 3 meters po yung dagat, kaya even the oil spill booming will not be effective. Next, please. Ito namang ulat galing pong Antique. Ang pagkukondak po ng press briefing po dito ay upang malaman po ng publiko kung ano yung totoong sitwasyon at kung ano yung mga areas. Dito po nagsimula yung mga balita na there are some affected areas that caused some alarm. Dito rin po nagsimula yung paggagawa po ng indigenous materials katulad ng coconut husks tsaka hay. Yes, ma'am, please. Noong day 7, 06 March, ito po yung mga naganap. Nag-convene po ang Maritime Casualty Board para po malaman po yung root cause of the sinking. Ito po sa Philippine Coast Guard po na Maritime Casualty Board under the Maritime Safety Services Command. At yung iba po very similar po sa nagaganap. Nagpapakita lang po na tuloy-tuloy po yung pag-responde po natin dito. Next please. Noong day 8 po, lumapit po ang mga representante ng Embahada ng Japan. Nag-call po sa atin. At nung nag-call sa atin, we accommodated them. At napag-usapan natin at we agreed on what items can they give to help us. The rest po, yung tuloy-tuloy pa rin pong operations natin. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Ito naman po, nung nagkasundo, upang yung Japan po ay dumating at sa kanilang inaalok na tulong, katulad ng eksperto, atin pong ni-receive ng Philippine Coast Guard. Next slide, please. At babanggit ko rin po, the following day, they immediately got deployed. Ngunit bago po yon, nag-humiling po yung DNR na ma-present muna sa Japan Coast Guard yung kanilang presentations para sa appreciation po ng mga Japanese Disaster Relief Expert Team. At naganap po yun ng 8 o'clock ng Sabado ng umaga, just this Saturday. At 2 Saturdays ago. Kasi ito po yung continuation po ng ating operations. Ang highlight po dito ng day 9, dalawang personnel po na-accommodate po sa BRP Hydrographer Ventura ng Namria. Ito po may kapabilidad para makita po yung by sonar yung configuration po sa bottom of the sea. And then, shoreline cleanup, continuously aggressive po. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Ito po, hindi man po nabanggit, pero the following day, nagpunta ang Japanese. Ang US naman po, sumangguni na rin po sa atin. 2 consecutive days po yun. Next slide, please. Ito po dito po naganap yung meeting with US Coast Guard at kasama po dito ang mga detalye po ng reports. Ilan po ang running total ng na-receive ng mixture, oily water mixture. Ito po ay 1,420 na nung mga itong araw na ito. Pati po yung kung ano yung na-collect na oil contaminated debris, naririto rin po sa ulat na ito. Next please. Ito po yung naganap na pagpupulong ng Crisis Management Committee at ng US Coast Guard. Next, please. Nung day 12 po, dahil nakikita na natin, kailangan na paghandaan yung ating legal actions, nagpadala na po ang Coast Guard ng legal team. Bukod po dito sa legal actions po that we are looking into, kasama na rin po dito yung pag-guide sa mga responders, individuals, even entities, kung ano yung kailangan nila na requirements na itatago para sa pag-claim later on. So may guidance po na i-provide ang Philippine Coast Guard legal team para doon. The rest are reports of actions taken, the continuous aggressive actions taken. Next, please. Day 13, yung Japan Disease Relief Equipment po dumating, tapos po isirakay po sa BRP corridor ng Philippine Coast Guard. So ito po yun, umalis sila day 13, I think was a 12 March, I think, was a Sunday or Saturday. So it's a Sunday. So despite it being a weekend, we were operating. Naikarga, and then they arrived Monday morning. Kaya by now, nandun na po yung supplies of the Japan Disaster Relief Expert Team. And it was described further with 60 boxes and cartons of items with a total weight of 5.1 tons na mga kagamitan. Next slide, please. Ang konsepto po naman kasi dito ay maibigay kagad ng mabilisan, ma-actionan, may provide. Then the rest can follow later as we continue assessing. Ang continuation po neto, sir, 34 members ng NSF Shoreline Cleanup nagpunta sa mga lugar na ipinapakita at nakakolekta ng 1.14 cubic meter, okay, 1,000 kilograms ng oil-contaminated debris, very similar to the earlier reports. Next slide, please. Noong day 14, yung 891 nga po natin, nakarating, di ba? Tama? Sunday? Saturday ba? Sunday, Monday. Nakikita din po natin para po hindi na po masyadong mag-consume ng time dahil it is really reflective of the aggressive and continuous operations, not only of the Philippine Coast Guard but all those involved, constituents of the municipalities affected as well. Next slide, please. Ano pong updates po natin? As of 13 yesterday. As if yesterday po, mamaya pa po kasi natin ng hapon makukuha ang ulat para sa araw na to. A total of 5,206 liters of oily water mixture were collected. Contaminated garbage of 115,295 kilos. The dispersants that were applied with based on guidelines that we have is 11,960. Sa ngayon po, ang total length ng coastline affected is 55.5 kilometers. Ngunit, kapansin-pansin, sa 3 araw na magkakasunod, wala pong increase in coastline length for the time being. For this report at the very least. In Oriental Mindoro, 45 kilometers, in Antique, 6 kilometers, and in Palawan, 4.5 kilometers. Next, please. This is just a graphical representation of what I just said, sir. Next slide, please.
Madam Chair. Yes, can I make a short intervention? Please?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we wish to recognize the presence of Senate Pro Tem Lauren Legarda to make
Just a very
some comments.
brief intervention. I saw that there's 55.5 kilometers of coastline in 3 provinces, but we, of course, understand that it's not just the coastline. While we are concerned about that, it should also be the effects into how many kilometers into the waters, because the biodiversity affected and the catch of our fisher folks would not just be in the coastline. So we would need to know kung 55.5 kilometers total Palawan, Antique, and Oriental Mindoro, ilang kilometro towards the sea ang apektado, at suma total ng estimate ng cost to our fisher folks. So also the offshore habitats like the coral reefs, like the migratory routes of our fish. So it's not just a matter of 55.5 kilometers, but also offshore, how many kilometers? I will probably see it in your report if it's not yet there, but if it's not in your report, that's very important to us, please. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lauren. Now you can continue. Yes, we recognize Secretary Loizaga.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ma'am Senator. We will have a report, or the DNR will have a report on the impacts on the habitats as well as the environments. It's in our report.
Okay, I take note of that, and thank you for your intervention, Secretary Loizaga. What I mean is, it's not just the environmental or ecological or maritime report, but the effect on the livelihood and the catch prospectively of our people in these areas, because the habitat of the fishes and other catch will be affected in the months, if not years to come. So it is important that we prospectively estimate the damage wrought by the oil spill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may just add to our
We will hear your report after the Coast Guard and Marina, and then it's the DNR.
Madam Chair, pwede makinig, Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Tulfo.
Medyo inaantok na ako ng konti, pero maganda yung napapakinggan natin sila, mga sinasabi nila, very important yun. However, may mga katanungan lang po ako, kasi pinag-usapan dito yung mga affected na mga livelihood ng mga mangisda natin. And I've heard na yung DOLE, in fairness, nagbibigay ng ayuda sa pamagitan ng tupad, but that will take weeks bago mabayaran sila. Yung immediate po na ayuda siguro kailangan ng mga mangisda, yung mga estudyante nila, meron bang pera ng inilaan para dyan? Emergency money? Wala akong narinig na meron. Pero ang kailangan kasi, Madam Chair, is cash assistance. Kasi yung tupad, Madam Chair, tatrabahuin pa nila yun eh. And then after
the one cleaning the coastline would be the people from the place, and they will be paid by Tupad
I know,
as
opo.
Employment.
Opo, Madam Chair. Pero ang ibig sabihin, kasi po, hindi sila nakapanghuli ng isda. Day-to-day po yan. The fishermen, they live day-to-day. So, wala silang huli ngayong araw na ito. Magtatrabaho sila, pero ano pong kakainin nila sa araw na ito? Bukas, sa isang bukas, wala po. So dapat meron pong cash assistance na binubuhos agad sa kanila. Meron ba? Meron ba?
Madam Chair, if I may answer our colleague Senator Tulfo, probably it's not the Coast Guard, but I share your concern about that. Dahil hindi lang to isang linggo, isang buwan, maaring mas mahaba. So, ang ahensyang sasagot niyan ay ang DSWD at ang DA before kung anong supplemental income o alternative income para sa ating mga
Hindi ba yung NDRRMC?
Yes, DNR would like to answer, Senator Tu.
Thank you,
We hear
Senator.
from DNR.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As of March 3 na po, the coordination between DNR and DSWD was already ongoing. The funds have been downloaded and they're already part of a cash for work program.
The funds has been downloaded, Madam. Kailan po lalabas yung funds? Kasi ilang araw na po nagugutom yung mga mangisda.
Sir, si Go po. Go. And
Kasi, wait, excuse me po, dapat po immediate ang action natin. On the first day na nangyari po itong kalamidad na ito, itong problema ito, agad-agad iniisip natin yung nawalang kabuhayan, yung nawalang income sa ating mga mangisda, sa kanilang mga mag-aaral, yun po agad ang tinutugunan natin. Okay lang po yung
Can
metupad.
we hear
Thank
from
you.
the governor what have been downloaded to the Mindoro Oriental?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was expecting that we will be heard first before any report. Because of all of this, we are the receiving end. We are the receiving end. The problem is all about oil spill, pero ang effect po sa amin, all the funds are coming from the national government, pero ang suntok sa amin. We just came from COVID, local government. After COVID, for the past 2.5 months, we have been suffering from shear line, from amihan. Baha po ang aming probinsya for the past 2 months. Ngayon, oil spill. With due respect po, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank the President of the Republic for a very quick action on this as far as the directive of giving the national government support to the local government. It's supposed to be Coast Guard, not the local government. But I took the helm of leading the rescue, the response, and coordinating to everyone from the very first day. This is my 14th day acting as the incident commander, which I'm not supposed to do. I am the local government unit, local chief executive. But because there must be someone to take over and take responsibility for all of this, as father of the province, I take the initiative. Good enough, Madam Chair, the President has given the go signal to call any cabinet secretary. The following day, after March 3, Secretary Gatchalwan was the first to confirm my request. Una pong dumating sa amin is 20,000 family food packs, which we have already completed distributing the first wave. And this is going to continue for the rest of the 1 month. So dumating na po sa amin na food packs is more than 40,000. As of this moment, as I speak, Madam Chair, we have 102,000 individual Mindoreños who are directly affected by the oil spill, covering 20,465 families. Aside from the food packs that DSWD is distributing, although kulang po at kulang talaga, hindi po siya makukompleto. Kasunod po nito is the Cash for Work program. Initially, the affected family at the initial report as of March 3 is only 10,000. DSWD committed 10,000 worth of Cash for Work program for 15 days and another 15 days. However, the effects so huge, it doubled. Kaya po yung for one tranche na 15 days at another 15 days, i-consume na lang po siya ng one time. Kaya Mr. Senator, Madam Chair, we decided that the local government will take charge of trafficking the funds from the national government. Otherwise, there will be local governments na sobrang dami at mayroong local governments na wala. As of this moment po, as I speak, ngayong oras na ito, the first batch of the Cash for Work program is being distributed, Senator, from DSWD. And in the coming days po, we have a final list. From those lists, manggagaling po, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair, yun pong pasisweldohin ng Cash for Work program ng DSWD. After that po is the DOLE.
Okay. Governor, excuse me. Can I interrupt? Okay. Maganda yun. Narinig ko may mga food packs na distribute. Ano to? One time? O
Hindi po.
continuous?
Continuous
on
po
a
siya.
daily basis?
Amin
Food
amin na po siyang trinafig. DSWD is for 1 month. Weekly po meron set.
Weekly?
Weekly po. Tapos on
Ano po yung food packs? Ano pong
bigas,
nilalaman ng food packs?
dilata,
Okay.
kompleto po siyang set. Supposed to be it's for 4 to 5 days consumption of a family.
Okay.
And then after that po, it's the turn of the provincial government on the 5th.
So saan galing po yung COB? Yung
DSWD po yun.
Okay.
Nasa amin na po siya.
Weekly, meron po.
Meron po
Bawat residente
Bawat po affected dun sa official list namin.
Meron po bang cash assistance? Bukod
Yun
po dun sa tupad? Kasi
meron po. Ito po yung Cash for Work program under DSWD. Originally po, it's good for 10,000 families. No, it will now become
Yun nga, Doc,
20,000.
sorry. Naintindihan ko po yung Cash for Work program. Yun po itatabahoin nila bago sila
Ganito po.
Pagkatapos po ng...
Agreement po
Sorry
namin. Sige po.
Pagkatapos nila magtrabaho, saka sila bibigyan ng cash. Maliban na lang kung cash advance and then trabaho. Ganun ba yung nangyari?
Every 5 days po, agreement namin. Magbibigay po. Today po, nagpapasweldo po sa first batch.
Okay, so every 5 days.
Every 5 days po ang pagbibigay.
So merong food packs plus
Cash for Work program.
Cash for Work program.
Yes.
Okay, so yan po yung support ng DSWD pati ng...
Ang tudoli pong susunod.
Sino pong affected ng mga residente sa buong Mindoro?
20,465 families. That's equivalent to 102,000 individuals.
102,000 individuals. So, enough po ba yung mga food packs to cover that 102,000 individuals? Okay.
For
Yun po yung
families
sabihin.
po.
Or families.
For families po, enough.
So, the government is trying to give assistance, pero it's not good enough. Kulang nga po. Yun po yung ibig sabihin. So, sino dapat ang pagpupuno sa kakulangan na yon?
Siguro po, yun po nag-cause ng aksidente. Maliwanag naman po dapat. Very clear naman po, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, ang local government, nagbigay kami ng listahan. We officially gave the list to Coast Guard last week. I turned it over to Commodore Rosario with the Admiral Abu as the witness. That is the official list, Madam Senator. Ito po, kung bibigyan ng tulong, ito po yung official list.
Kaya ang tanong ko sana, Madam Chair, susunod doon sa may-ari ng barko. Meron bang binibigay na assistance yung may-ari ng barko? Financial assistance o cash assistance? Nandito ba yung may-ari ng barko?
Your Honor, I'm here po, Fritzy P. in behalf of the company.
Okay. Ano pong assistance ang binibigay niyo po sa mga apektadong residente?
Sa ngayon po, Your Honor, Madam Chair, lahat po ng assistance when it comes to our response, of course, through the Philippine Coast Guard.
Ma'am, pwede pakitanggal yung face mask para mas madali kami intindihan. Okay.
Ulitin ko lang po, sir. Madam Chair, sa ngayon po lahat po ng oil response resources ay recourse through the Philippine Coast Guard. Madagdag ko lang po tungkol dun sa cash for work. Ang aming pong Ginoong Harbor Star na in charge sa shoreline cleanup ay magkakaroon din po ng ganong klaseng programa para po sa ating mga kababayan na apektuhan ng oil spill.
In terms of dun sa food packs na sinasabi po ni Governor, wala pa kayong pang-counter doon? Tulong din, pagkain, pamasahe ng mga estudyante, papuntang eskwelahan? Wala? Oh. Ba't wala po?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, we are a small family corporation. We were focused on the oil spill response, pero ngayon po, as we speak, we are preparing our own initiative to help our kababayans by
Sorry po, Madam. Sorry, I know you're a small family corporation, pero dapat pinaghahandaan nyo. Meron dapat kayong pera nakahanda in case dumating ang isang hindi inaasahan tulad nito. Di ba? Meron dapat kayong pondo, pambuhos para pang ayuda. In this case, dapat may emergency funds para pambigay ng cash assistance sa mga apektadong residente. Tulad sabi kanina, pamasahe para sa mga estudyante, baon ng mga estudyante, cash yun ang kailangan. Di ba? Wala po kayo. Ang balita ko nung una, kayo na po yung nagtatago ata. Ewan ko, correct me if I'm wrong. So dapat ma'am, makipagtulungan kayo sa mga taga-LGU. Kayo ba, Gov, nagpagtulungan ba sa inyo itong company ng barko?
We met once po, and what we are asking is this, two things. The first one is on response, cleanup. There, they are helping us together with Harbor Star and Malayan Towards. Pero as far as to direct assistance to our kababayan, yun po ang wala.
Okay.
And that's what we are asking sana, kasabay ng gobyerno, kasi hindi po kaya ng gobyerno i-sustain. Masyado po mabigat ito, Mr. Senator. Napakabigat po. Ang nire-request na lang po sana namin, baka po pwede, kasi sabi ng representative kahapon, they are procuring. Ang request po sana namin, yung when are they distributing.
Yun. Ma'am, pwede nyo sagutin yan? Ma'am Fritzy?
Your Honor, we sent my sister-in-law to meet with Mayor Cruz. I think it was last week, and we specifically asked what they needed. And during that time, we were collecting po data on what the people, kung ano po yung pinakakailangan muna nila.
Okay, so nung nakausap niyo po si Mayor last week at tinanong niyo kung anong kailangan at sinabi sa inyo for sure kung anong kailangan, yun ba yung na-deliver niyo na?
To be honest, Senator, I think the mayor that time, ang sabi po sa akin is, hindi po nila kailangan or ayaw po nila tumanggap ng tulong mula sa amin.
Sure ka? Sinabi ni Mayor? Na,
Yes po. Yun po ang nakarating sa akin from my sister-in-law. Yun po.
Mayor? Tumanggi kayo daw, Mayor?
Honorable Senator. Ang sabi ko po sa kanila, ilatag nyo yung kailangan na ilalatag nyo for us. Yung tulong nyo na binibigay is mga bigas, mga ganyan. Pero hindi nyo sinasabi sa amin yung clear na plano nyo for Paula dun sa mga damages and all that. Kailangan namin mag-usap with the provincial government. Dahil kailangan nandun kayo. Yun yung ni-request ko sa inyo. Ilatag nyo yung lahat ng ibibigay nyo na tulong para sa probinsya and lalo na sa bayan ng Paula. Hindi na po kasi bumalik sa akin. So after that, ang tagal ko naghihintay sa kanila for 9 days. Humingi ispilbong nga lang nung una hiningi ko sa kanila. Never silang nag-reply sa amin. Pinapatayin kami ng phone. Walang response. Then now, after 9 days, so nagsasalita na kami on national TV, pumunta sa amin, sister-in-law nila, para sabihin na magbibigay ng ayuda. Yun yung sabi sa akin. Pero sabi ko, hindi ko tatanggipin ngayon kasi, why now? Kasi sobrang tagal namin naghihintay sa inyo. Ang tagal namin naghihintay. Marami nang nagkasakit, marami nang naapektuhan, pero walang tulong. So ngayon naghihintay kami. So, sinabi ko sa gobernador, then nag-usap kami. Ilatag ninyo anong kailangan ninyong itulong sa amin. And kami rin, maglalatag kami ng gusto namin. After ngayon, kasi kung noon sana, accepted sana eh. Pero ngayon, sobrang tagal. And 14 days na po. Hanggang kailan kami maghihintay? Every now and then, ang laki ng oil spill, ng langis na pupunta sa bayan namin. Wala kaming hinintay ba doon? So, yung timetable, wala din pong binibigay sa amin until now. So, maghihintay pa rin po ba kami? Yung lahat ng mamamayan ng bayan ng Paula, we have 4,800 plus na affected families. Naghihintay sila pamasay, hand to mouth yung iba, pero wala kaming nakikitang plano for us. Naghihintay po lang po kami. Hindi po namin inaayawan. Ang gusto namin yung tamang plano for us. Hinihintay po namin yon. Hindi po bumalik sa amin.
Okay. Ma'am Pritzi, I understand, excuse me pa, Madam Chair, I understand na merong $1 billion insurance kayo, accident insurance, liability insurance.
Indemnity insurance po, Your Honor.
Ito ba yung na-file nyo na sa insurer?
We are in closely coordination po with our
Kaya na po
insurer.
lalabas yung claims?
I think we will have problem on that. Maybe the Marina and the Coast Guard will explain that they cannot claim from the insurance because they have no permit to operate.
Oh! Nako po. Yun ang malaking problema.
Kaya we should not wait for that anymore. They will have problem with that.
They don't have permit to operate, Madam Chair?
We asked the Marina and the Coast Guard. They don't have permit to
So,
operate.
Coast Guard, bakit niyo pinayagan na maglayag itong barko na may mga oil?
We should not depend on something that will not come.
At ito, Madam Chair, wala silang permit pala to operate.
Yeah,
So, ba't
because
pinapayagan yung barko nila
No,
maglayag?
ask Marina and Coast Guard to explain that.
Coast
I
Guard.
want them to explain.
Di ba lahat ng barko bago maglayag, may sumasampa na miyembro ng Coast Guard para inspeksyonin yung mga papeles, kung ilang taong nandoon at kung anong karga. You didn't do that, right? Kasi kung if you did that, then malalaman nyo na wala silang permit to operate pala. Wala sana nangyaring oil spill ngayon.
I think the company has permit to operate, but every time you have a new vessel, you get another permit for that vessel. I think this vessel was not given a permit.
Kaya nga, Madam Chair, sinasabi ko, di ba, lahat ng barko na naglalayag, dapat sumasampay yung Coast Guard to inspect. So, kung in-inspection niyo po yung barkong yun, na bagong barko, at nakita niyo pala walang permit to operate, hindi sana pinalarga. In-stop niyo, wala sanang oil spill ngayon.
Ask Marina and the Coast Guard to clarify the situation. Explain to us. Kasi I don't want the people to rely on that 1 billion insurance. If we cannot get that, then we should plan accordingly that we will not get that and we will take care of ourselves.
I agree, Madam Chair.
Madam
I really
Chair,
agree.
maikling manifestation bago yung Marina at Coast Guard dun sa isang importanteng sinabi ni Mayor Cruz. Tama po yung sinasabi ni Mayor Cruz. It has the force of law, yung sinabi nila. Dahil dun sa RA 9483, yung Oil Pollution Compensation Act, liability for pollution damage lies with the ship owner. Kaya maitatanong sana sa RDC, in terms of compensation for the environmental destruction, loss of livelihood, and damaged properties of the people, kung ano yung mga plano. And I think ganun din yung sense ng sinasabi ni Mayor Cruz.
Senator
Yes, ma'am.
Risa,
Before we go to the
that company
Coast Guard
is a
and
very
Marina.
small company and I don't think they can tackle this problem. They will go bankrupt.
I understand, Madam Chair.
So,
Kaya naman tayo
if they go
nagsiset ng
bankrupt, they will not
liabilities.
do anything. So the government should be prepared to do something because we cannot
Yes.
rely on something that we cannot rely on.
Yes, Madam Chair.
We're dreaming.
I share the Chair's objective sa hearing natin to establish liability, whether it's the company or others. Gusto ko lang bigyang diin yung sinabi ni Mayor Cruz na meron talagang solid na batayan sa batas. Yun
Madam
lang
Chair,
po. Salamat
okay.
po.
Mabalik ulit ako dun sa Coast Guard, di at nasagot yung katanungan ko, Madam Chair.
As the
Kasi,
Coast Guard,
yes,
and the Marina to explain.
yes. Gusto ko lang malaman to ng lahat, correct me if I'm wrong, Philippine Coast Guard, at any given time, any moment na isang barko from the pier maglalayag, kung anumang klaseng barko yon, di ba dapat sumasampay yung mga miyembro ng Philippine Coast Guard, hinahapan ng papeles, titingnan yung crew, tinitingnan yung laman, kung overloaded pa o hindi, etc. etc. So kung ginawa nyo yun, tulad na sinabi ni Madam Chair, na wala palang permit to operate yung bagong barkong yon, napigilan sana maglayag yun, wala sana nangyari ngayon na oil spill.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, along that line, natapos na po, in fact, yung marine casualty investigation. Ang commander po, may be allowed...
Sir, pakisagot na po direct to the point. Meron bang permit to operate? Wala sinabi ni Madam Chair Cynthia Villar, may permit to operate yung barko? Wala. Yes o no lang po?
Mr. Honorable Member, Sir, Senator Tulfo, I'm Vice Admiral Joseph Conme. It is one of my functions to investigate marine casualty in the country.
Sir, pakisagot lang. Yes or no? May permit to operate? Wala.
I'd like to ask first, just to be sure, Mr. Chair, Honorable Senator, sir, my field operator investigation.
Naku, papasapasahan niyo ako. You should come prepared. Napakasimple lang na tanong. A simple question. Means a simple answers, direct to the point. May permit ba o wala? Dapat you should have investigated that. Kasama sa investigation, malalaman yun o walang... Kasi sabi ni Chair ni Senator Cynthia Villar, wala raw permit to operate yung barko. At pangalawa, ba't di kayo sumampa doon sa barko bago maglayag yun, sir?
If I may, sir, you're correct, sir, that all vessels, regardless and above, they are required mandatorily to secure departure clearance from the nearest Coast Guard unit, sir.
Okay, secure clearance.
And then our inspectors, sir, are required to fill up those checklists. We call it pre-departure inspection checklist, sir.
Okay, di ba yung Marina kasama din sa mag-inspect yan? Sasampa?
Not necessarily, sir.
Not necessarily. Pero kayo sa Coast Guard dapat ang sasampa, di ba?
Yes po, sir.
O bakit di kayo sumampa?
The Marina who will give the permit and the Coast Guard is a counter check. If there is a permit, they will allow the
Kaya nga po, ang sinasabi
so
ko po,
it's a combination. It's a counter check to Marina. Marina will give the permit and you will check the permit, di ba?
ang sinasabi ko po, Madam Chair,
Tanungin nyo sa Marina kung bigyan nila ng permit at kung
alam ko, Madam Chair, I'll get into that. Don't worry, I'll get into that. Don't worry, easy lang. Coast Guard, sagutin mo muna yung tanong ko.
Sa tanggapan ko po, sir, bilang nag-head sa investigation for this, we already recommended to our national headquarters for appropriate administrative legal actions
Yun.
and investigation.
Kasi from now on, always make it a point na bawat barko, walang barkong aalis. Di ba meron kayong mga personnel sa mga pier? Di po ba? So dapat yung mga personnel nyo sa pier, bago maglayad yung barko, inaakyat, sumasampa, tinitingnan mga papeles, kung ano-ano pa mga requirement to make sure na pwede ito, authorize ito na maglayag. Di po ba? Kasi if they If you did that, wala sanang oil spill. Di ba? Ngayon nagtuturoan kayo. Kung ginawa niyo lang po sana ang trabaho ninyo, hindi sana tayo nag-usap-usap ngayon. As simple as that, period. Di po ba? So may pagkukulang po kayo doon. So from now on, bawat pier sa buong Pilipinas, meron dapat personnel ng Coast Guard. At walang barkong lalayag ng walang go signal mula sa Philippine Coast Guard. Di po ba? At dapat kayo, Philippine Coast Guard, ang Marina, palaging nag-uusap. Kayo ba'y nag-aaway ng Marina at hindi kayo nag-uusap?
Hindi naman po, sir. In fact, we are closely collaborating to address such concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So ano po yung gagawin nyo ngayon na nakita nyo pala may pagkukulang na kayo? Ano mga steps ang ginagawa nyo ngayon, nilatag nyo ngayon so that this will not happen again? Yung bang hindi nyo pagsampa doon sa mga barko na naglalayag?
Thank you very
Remember, may mga insidente na tayo, mga lumubog na barko dahil overloaded. Walang sumampang taga-Philippine Coast Guard. Di ba? Paulit-ulit na lang to. Ngayon, oil spill. Dati, barko na nalulot, overloaded, maraming namatay. Wala kasing Coast Guard na sumampa. Meron na sumampa, pero siguro, nakapiling yung mata habang nakasampa. Di ba? Kasi kung talagang nakadilat ang mata, binibilang yung pasahero, tinitingnan yung cargo, hindi tumutugma sa allowed na cargo para sa vessel na yon, o kaya nalubog, di ba? Kung ginagawa ng Coast Guard trabaho, hindi sana nangyari yon. So, Philippine Coast Guard, mga sir, ano po yung ginagawa nyo measures ngayon na para hindi na po maulit ito?
Thank you very much, sir. Una po muna, nung lumabas yung resulta ng MCI, agarang nagpaalala muli yung ating kapamunuan po ng Coast Guard sa kanilang mga unit. Sapagkat meron na pong mga guidelines ito. It's a matter of ensuring na gagawin po nila katulad po ng inyong binanggit. Pangalawa, yung mga tao po na involved, na aming na-identify sa investigasyon, kasalukuyan po nasa kustodiya sa loob po ng kanilang unit upang nandun sila habang aalamin pa natin at magdidiga pa tayo ng information.
Sir, hindi lang dapat yung mga yung mga mababang ranggo, dapat yung matataas ang ranggo din kasi sa ngalan po ng command responsibility. Bakit hindi kasi na-supervise ng mga matataas ang ranggo? Wala bang mga dyan? Mga colonel, mga general sa inyo, or commander?
Kasama po yun, sir. In fact, it is part and parcel of our concept of investigation.
Isa lang po, 1.3 billion meron kayong budget para sa ganitong klaseng mga insidente. So, ito po mga 1.3 billion nagagamit na? Commander na?
Kasama po natin yung commander ng MEPCOM, mas alam po niya ito. Sa Marine Environmental Protection Command, Admiral Patrimonio, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and Honorable Senator Tulfo, sir. Sir, based on our General Appropriations Act for calendar year 2023, the Coast Guard was appropriated, as you have said, 1.4 billion 536 million.
Okay.
But the component of this is for personal services is 1.609,502,000 pesos, and only for MOE is 38 million pesos. So this is further breakdown into foresight.
Okay. So nalito na ako
Yes,
sa iyo, sir. So may budget ang Coast Guard for this.
To shorten our argument, there is a report of the Marina which says, you asked for this report, accident report on the foundering and sinking of Princess Empress. The ship has no authority to operate in the form of an amendment to its Certificate of Public Convenience issued to RDC Relied Marine Services, Inc. to operate the MTKR Princess Empress in the domestic trade pursuant to the revised implementing rules and regulation of Republic Act number 9295. Okay. That's please explain this to them so they will understand. Huwag na natin pahabain ng usapan. Explain nyo na lang to kasi to, nung binasa ko to report nyo, nakita ko to, ano ba to?
Okay. Kaya nga, Madam Chair, thank you. Yung 1.3 billion, sabi mo naging 1.4, tapos ngayon naging 30 million na lang. Nalilito ako. Ang tanong ko lang, simple lang, yung perang yon na nakalaan para sa ganitong klaseng insidente, pag nangyari, yung pa ba'y gumugulong na, nagagamit na?
Ang majority sa council is for sahod ng mga personnel natin. 1.3 is for the compensation of all our personnel, sir. 30 million, sir, is for our...
So, ibig sabihin, itong 1.3 billion ay para lamang sa mga tauhan ninyo.
Yes, sir. Compensation ng personnel natin.
Compensation ng tauhan ninyo.
Yes.
How about the compensation sa mga apektuhan? Puro kayo na lang pinag-isipan niyo, puro sarili niyo, kami, ako. Dapat sila. Diba? So, ibig sabihin itong 1.3 billion na budget para sa Marine Environmental Protection Program, para sa matauhan niyo pala ito.
Sa sahod ng mga tao natin, sir.
Kaya nga, dapat meron kayo inilaan para sa mga affected na mga residente. Diba? Sana man lang, kahit siguro food packs, nagbigay kayo. Kung ganun pala, walang kapuslaanan to kasi para sa inyong mga tauhan lang pala ito. Na dati na may sweldo, sa sweldo niyo pa ulit. Siyempre, tumatawan niyo, di ba?
No, sir, this is kabuhan to part 2 ng mga overall PS ng Coast Guard, sir. So, yun yung breakdown, sir, yung 1.3 billion. So, ang working budget ng talaga ng Coast Guard, sir, MOE, sir, is 38 million, sir.
38 million?
Yes, sir.
Napakali. Siguro, Madam Chair, tulungan siguro natin Coast Guard. Nakakawa naman kung gano'n para magkaroon sila mas karagdagang budget. Last na lamang, Miss Pritzy, yung sinasabi kanina ni Mayora na hiningan ka ng program, maglatag ka ng programa kung anong klaseng tulong ang pwede nyo ibigay. 2 weeks ago pa yon, hindi na kayo bumalik at binabagsak yung telepono. Sila, bakit naman po ganon?
Your Honor, dun sa pagpunta po ng sister-in-law ko dun kay Mayora, precisely to ask what the people needed. So ngayon po, nandiyan na si Mayora, nandito na po ako. Siguro after this, pwede po kaming mag-usap para malatag na po kung anong kailangan nila at ano po ang kaya namin pong maibigay, Mayora. Thank you po.
Okay sa inyo, Mayora?
Your Honor, kailangan po kasi namin na mag-usap with the governor and ibang mayors po. Kasi kailangan kompleto din po. And yung ilalatag namin din sa inyo, hindi ko po dala para kausapin ko sila. Pwede rin naman po kami mag-usap initial. Siguro kung kaharap po lahat kami.
Governor, we recognize the governor.
At the onset of the calamity, we call that very calamitous in our part. We have decided that we will work as one local government. The governor has already the authority of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan to do, initiate, mobilize, and file any action relative to the oil spill. The League of Municipalities has already issued a resolution authorizing the representatives from the LMP to sit. We have already identified also, Madam Chair, the other members of the TWG. I sent already the executive order comprising the TWG for this. Simple lang naman, Madam Pritz. Ang sabi ko sa inyo dati, compensation is one thing. Compensation to damages is one thing. But, as human beings, we must be compassionate enough to give whatever is not asked. Because when we give something that we ask, what we are asked to give, that's nothing. We are only giving what we are asked to give. We cause the problem. It is incumbent upon us as human beings to extend whatever assistance we can on our own volition without anybody prodding us to give it. Ma'am, ang pagkain is basic. We don't have to ask you to give food. We don't have to ask you. Yung mga compensation is another matter. Nalulungkot ako sa narinig ko kanina kay Senator Villar na there is a possibility that us being not given the compensation eventually. That hurts me most. Why? Sabi ko sa kahapon, nung nagwala ako sa abogado nyo during the hearing of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, I told him straight to his face. Sabi ko sa kanya, simpleng tanong, will you give our province compensation to damages even without the filing of an administrative or criminal case? Ang daming paligoy-ligoy. Sabi ko niya, just tell me yes or no. Yes or no lang, bakit? You can pay the amount of money na nawala sa amin. Pero di mo ako kayang bayaran ng pagod ko. For 14 days, walang tulog, walang kain, pagod na pagod. I've been receiving visitors every day. Ako, naranas ba ninyo pumunta mismo ng oil spill? Gobernador ako, actual ako, naglilinis doon. Because I want to give the people the hope that, hey, may pag-asa tayo dito. Huwag kang mawala ng pag-asa. If your governor can go down that dirt, then everybody can. Ang nire-request lang naman natin, simple. Simple assurance that you're going to pay us. Your lawyers kahapon sa insurance assured us they will. The insurance company, PNI, came to Mindoro yesterday, came during the hearing of the Sanggunian, where I was present, and you categorically stated, this week you are going to establish the claims center. Meaning, magsisimula na kayong tumanggap ng claims for damages this week. Ang sinabi ko lang kahapon sa lawyers nyo, simple. We will not encourage individual claims. We will claim as a local government and we will ensure na yung tao namin, our group, our people will have an individual but collectively filed para mas malakas ang aming...
Gob, can I interrupt, Gob?
Sige po.
Tama nga kanina sinasabi ni Cynthia Villar, paano sila mababayaran ng claims samantalang wala naman daw permit to operate yung barko. So we should not be talking about insurance claims here. Diba? Yun nga po eh. So wala tayong maasahan na insurance. So tama si Senator Villar kanina, why are we talking about claims? Huwag na natin asahan yun dahil hindi kayo babayaran ng insurance company. You should be honest enough kayo dyan sa ano pangalan po ng barko nyo? Kumpanya?
RBC, sir.
RBC. Dapat, naging honest kayo from the very start, sinabi nyo sana na pasensya na, may problema, wala palang permit to operate yung barko namin, kaya walang insurance na masisingil kami. Hindi kami pwede magsingil, kaya tutulong kami kung ano pwede naman may tulong sa abot namin makaya. Hindi yung pinaasa-asa nyo si Gop, sa pagpapadala kayo ng lawyer doon para sabihin na kayo ay nag-uumpisa na ng pagpapayal ng claim sa inyong insurance company na alam niyo naman pala hindi kayo mapapayaran. So, nanduloko lang po kayo.
Ako po, sinasabi nila makaka-claim daw sila sa insurance company. Ako, galing ako sa business eh. Alam mo, yung insurance company, maghahanap yan ng basis para hindi sila magbayad.
Yes.
I mean, that's my opinion. I don't know if this insurance company is something different, di ba? I don't, kaya lang, ang gusto kong sabihin, kasi umaasa yung Negros, yung Mindoro Oriental, na sana wag na natin munang asahan. Kung dumating, kung hindi. Tayong magkakasama, tayo na lang ang mag-decide kung ano gagawin natin to soften the blow for Mindoro
Kaya kasi,
Oriental.
Madam Chair. Okay, Madam Chair, kasi lahat ng tao umaasa dun sa insurance. Kasi malaking bagay kung ito is $1 billion, that's equivalent to 50 billion pesos. Pero tama ko kayo, I agree with you, I used to work for insurance companies in the States before. Alam ko yan na kapag walang permit to operate, yung insurance maghahanap ng butas yan para sila makaiwas. Kung makaiwas man sila, salamat. Kung hindi, at least babaratin. Something like that. Now in this case, ang butas sa inyo, wala kayong permit to operate. Hindi nyo na-register sa amin yung barko ninyo para maging legit. So hindi namin babayaran yan. Yun ang gagamitin palusot ng insurance company. Dapat sinabi nyo na kay Gob, hindi pa kayo pasikot-sikot.
Madam Chair.
Senator.
Salamat, Madam Chair. I share yung line of questioning ni na Chair at Sen. Tulfo. Imposible namang may krimen laban sa Mindoro Oriental pero walang responsable at walang compensation sa kanila. So balikan ko lang, Madam Chair, yung pinoint out ninyo dito sa accident report ng Marina dun sa section on vessel documents, no, sa section ng factual information. Sabi nyo nga po, may finding ang Marina na the ship has no authority to operate in the form of an amendment to its CPC, Certificate of Public Convenience, issued to RDC Railed Marine Services Inc. to operate the MT Princess Empress in the domestic trade pursuant to the revised IRRs of Republic Act 9295. So, pwede po ba natin malaman sa Marina or sa Coast Guard, kung wala ang Marina dito, sa ganitong mga sitwasyon? Thank you, Madam Chair. Marina, dito, batay po dito sa inyong accident report na kinuwot ng Chair, sa ganito pong mga sitwasyon na wala palang amended CPC yung shipping company para i-operate yung ship. Tapos pag nagka-mayroon na ganitong sitwasyon, sino po, batay naman sa yung RA na kinuwot ko kanina, ang magbibigay ng compensation, for example, sa local government doon or kahit sa mga mangingisda doon?
Madam Chair, yung CPC is issued to the company. Pag nasa CPC niyan, nililista ang mga vessels under that CPC. Pag may dagdag ka ng isang vessel, you have to amend. Yung RDC, may pending application, which we are going to hear pa sana, may hearing. May kulang na mga documents. So, i-hear pa natin yan. So, hindi sila na-issuehan kaagad. Yun ang
Di po na-issuehan ang RDC para makalayag ang Princess Empress.
Para ma-include sa CPC.
Yes,
sa
by amendment.
CPC by amendment.
Yes, sir.
So, kung may amendment na sila dyan, na-include sila, they can
So dapat sir, kung wala pang amended CPC, hindi pa naidagdag sa CPC ng RDC itong Princess Empress, hindi dapat na nakalayag ito. Tama po?
Dapat po.
Okay, so we also have to find out, Madam Chair, paano ito nakalayag na hindi pa amended ang CPC ng kumpanya. But sir, Marina, sa ganito pong sitwasyon, nakalayag na po siya, nalubog na po siya, tumagas na po yung oil, naapektuhang malubha ang Mindoro Oriental at bantang naapektuhan na yung iba pang mga lalawigan at bantang maapektuhan pang iba. Sa ganito pong sitwasyon, sinong tutupad dun sa obligasyon, dun sa batas tungkol sa kinuha ko kanina, hindi ko na mahanap, 9483, yung Oil Pollution Compensation Act. Sino po? Kasi imposibleng walang may responsibilidad sa Mindoro Oriental.
Yung OP, Oil Pollution Management Fund, may contribution ng each tanker at tanker hauler using persistent oil, which is heavy oil yan na hindi nag-evaporate yun, or black oil or persistent oil. Yung each nag-haul na yan, nagbabayad sila ng 10 centavos per liter. Okay, as of now, ang total fund ng OPMFC, is umabot na ng 63 million. Last Thursday at Friday, naka-receive ako ng claim ng Coast Guard. Okay, for the cleanup. Ngayon, if they want to claim for damages, the Coast Guard has to file a case in the RTC for that. Pero i-release na namin yung 33, asking ang Coast Guard ng 33,557,000. So, mamayang hapon sana po, we will meet, the Oil Fund Committee will meet to give the amount to Coast Guard.
Just one follow-up at this point, Madam Chair, before I give way kay Sen. Tulfo. Balikan ko na lang po mamaya po yung Marina, pero po sa Coast Guard, Sir, Vice Admiral Punsalan, ang Coast Guard po, siguro nag-conduct ng pre-departure inspection dun sa Port of Bataan. Nag-conducta ba ng inspection dito sa Princess Empress, ang Coast Guard?
Lumalabas po sa investigasyon po na may kulang sa kanilang pag-inspect, which is the boarding.
Pero nag-conduct ng inspection, di umano?
That is what our report says, ma'am.
Pero sir, mayroon po bang inspection na hindi binoboard yung barko?
If I may, Madam.
Madam Chair, si Vice Admiral Coime.
Thank you po, Senator Monteperes, ma'am. Ma'am, as submitted to us during the investigation, there was a submitted document and signed by the boarding team and ship master as far as master safety departure clearance. This is a document and SOP whenever the vessel seek for departure clearance. And secondly, there was a filled up document from the boarding team or boarding clearing team pertaining to pre-departure inspection checklists. Ito po yung pinifill up po ng mga tao natin whenever they conduct inspection on board. So, these are properly signed by our personnel and acknowledged also by the ship master, ma'am.
So Vice Admiral, nakapag-accomplish po sila ng pre-departure inspection checklist. Ibig sabihin, dahil ginamit nila yung form na to, ibig sabihin, nakapag-inspect sila.
As per our SOP, it should be on board, physical
Yes, sir.
inspection on board the vessel.
Pero sabi po kanina ni Vice Admiral Punsalan, kulang kasi kulang yung boarding. Ibig sabihin, hindi po sila nakaboard.
And this is what we really want to forward to National Headquarters to conduct administrative investigations pertaining to lapses of our personnel, if such is the case, ma'am.
Yes, please sir. Kasi ako layperson pero wala akong ma-imagine na inspection ng barko na hindi binoard ang barko. And so parang dumadami yung mga list of agencies na possibly accountable sa nangyaring ito. Sa kabila ng mga heroic efforts nyo to respond, pero di ba sinasabi an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So I'm sure alam na that bago pa nitong hearing at napo-confirm lang ng hearing namin kina Gov. Dolor yung mga agencies na dapat sana na napigilan itong mangyari. But at this point, Madam Chair, I'll give way to the follow-up question of Senator Tulfo.
Madam Chair, thank you, Senator Risa. Tama nga yung mga katanungan ni Senator Risa. General, anong rango niyo po?
Coast Guard Vice Admiral Coimet po, sir.
Okay, sir. Sabi niyo may sumampa, di po ba? So sa pagsampa doon ng mga personnel ninyo sa barko, ano-ano po yung mga tinatanong niyo doon? Ano-ano mga dokumentong hinahanap niyo?
If I may, Honorable Tulfo, sir, this is a document accomplished by our personnel who are physically inspecting on board as per our SOP. And we call it pre-departure inspection checklist. And may long list po dito, sir.
Sir, i-shortcut natin. Huwag na, baka abutin tayo hanggang mamaya alas 4. Ano lang po, kasama pa doon sa pag-inspect ng permit to operate doon sa barkong yon?
We call it, sir,
O certificate for convenience bang tawag noon? So, okay, thank you. So, meron po ba kayong...
and valid ship safety certificates and documents po, sir.
Meron po ba? Tinanong niyo ba yun?
Nasa checklist po nila po, sir.
Nasa checklist pero yun po ba yung na-check? Oh, nandiyan sa checklist pero pwede namang nandiyan sa checklist pero hindi na-check.
Wala po check, sir, yung certificate of public convenience.
So doon nagkaroon ng kapabayaan. Yun ang sinasabi ko kanina. Kung hindi lang sana naging papaya ang mga tao ninyo, hindi na payagan maglayag yun dahil kulang sa dokumento, hindi sana tayo nag-uusap lahat dito ngayon. Period. Yun po yun. So dapat, yung mga nag-check niyan, kasuhan at makulong dahil sa kapabayaan, dereliction of duty. Di ba? At pati po yung mga supervisor niyan, kasuhan din. Kasi po, paulit-ulit na lamang to, Madam Chair, marami na mga barkong nalubog dahil overloaded, and then malaman-laman, di kalaunan, hindi pala in-inspect ng mga taga-Philippine Coast Guard. Ito ngayon, walang permit to operate, walang karapatan na dapat maglayag itong barkong ito, and yet nakalusot dahil hindi in-inspect na mabuti, na maayos ng Philippine Coast Guard yung mga requirements needed para itong isang barko ay maglayag. If they only did that, wala sana tayo dito ngayon. Yun. So next time, wag na po ito mangyari. Dahil kapag nangyari po ito, hindi lang dapat ang kakasuhan yung mga nag-inspect, pati yung commander na siguro kataas-taasan. Dahil paulit-ulit na lang to. Di ho ba? Thank you po, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. We recognize the physical presence of Senator Escudero. You're recognized, Senator
Thank you, Madam
Escudero.
Chair. Just to pursue the point of Senator Tulfo, sabi niyo po kanina, Senator Tulfo, dapat di na mangyari ulit. May I ask the owners of the sunken vessel, kailan niyo po binili yung barko at ilang beses na ho ba naglayag ito?
The vessel po is new. It was built 2022 lang po.
Again?
It's new. It's a new vessel po.
Ito ba yung kauna-unahang beses na naglayag siya?
The one na lumubog po, hindi po.
Ilang beses na naglayag ito na wala pang CPC?
Hold on, allow me to ask.
Please. The point I'm driving at, Senator Tulfo, is anong next time? Nakailang next time na to eh?
Your Honor, that
Yes.
was the 9th voyage po.
So it has happened 9 times already. So 9 times from whatever port it left port, from whatever area it left port, the Coast Guard was supposed to inspect it, and the Coast Guard saw that there was no amended CPC yet covering this vessel. So kung sakasakali, Senator Tulfo, pangsam na to na oversight on the part of Coast Guard. So may we know, ma'am, the areas where it left port? Dahil baka iba't ibang sangay o supervisor o head ng Coast Guard ang tila na malikmata o tumingin sa ibang lugar at hindi ito pinansin o binati man lang ng siyam na beses?
Your Honor, allow me to consult my team.
Yes, ma'am.
Masyadong gilid, ano? Nakakatawalo tayo. Asa na ba?
Your Honor, hindi po ako sigurado dun sa exact ports, pero according to my team, may Bataan and Manila.
Bataan and Manila?
Yes.
So may we get a corresponding report as well from the Philippine Coast Guard in regard to these 9 trips that the sunken vessel undertook? Still again, without the corresponding CPC and why they were allowed to continue with their voyage. Ma'am, earlier discussed yung insurance. You have an insurance, under the law you should have an insurance for each vessel, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi naman naka-attach po yung insurance sa CPC, di ba? Naka-attach yung insurance sa kada vessel.
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Precisely.
How were you able to get an insurance without the corresponding amended CPC to include this vessel?
As far as I'm concerned, sir, RDC as a company has a CPC. So yung amendment po, we applied as early as November. We've submitted all the documents required. The last submission was December 2. So, kumbaga sa insurance po kasi, they don't ask for the, I think they ask for the CPC, but the CPC, meron po kaming valid CPC. RDC po.
Do we have a representative from the insurance here? From the insurance company? Ma'am, if you applied in November and made submissions sometime in December, as you said,
yes, Your Honor.
When was the first voyage of the ship?
Allow me to consult again, Your Honor, just to be
Please,
sure.
ma'am.
Sir, can you give us more time or can we go back to that question later?
Approximately when? Hindi naman po kailangan yung petsa.
December din po, Your Honor.
Notwithstanding the absence of an amended CPC. When you completed the submission, nagbiyahe na.
Yes, sir.
Now may I ask Marina, sir, would there be any reason for a company with an existing CPC na bumili ng bagong barko tulad ng kumpanyang ito, na i-deny nyo yung additional na barko na idagdag sa kanyang existing CPC? Basta kumpleto naman yung mga dokumento.
Madam Chair. No, we will grant the amended CPC.
Basta makompleto lang yung dokumento.
Kompleto.
I asked that question, sir, because my problem is Marina itself in this particular instance, because kung tingin ng mga may-ari ng barko, igagrant nyo rin lang naman, makompleto lang. I think that's the reason and basis why they assume na papalalaki na nila dahil ginagrant naman palagi ng Marina eh. Has there been any instance that you denied an application for a new vessel in an existing CPC?
Yes, we have. If the documents, they do not submit the completed document.
Pero once na-submit yung kompletong dokumento,
we can grant. And there is also like the motor tanker, if once you pag include mo sa amendment, may capitalization na involved. So, kasi dati
Agreed, sir. I understand. I'm familiar with the industry. Now, my question is there such an animal called provisional license to operate while it is pending before Marina?
We can grant temporary permit or special authority.
Pending the amendment of the CPC?
Yes, but they did not apply to that.
In this instance, hindi po kayo nag-issue?
Hindi nag-issue because hindi sila nag-apply.
Ngayon, kung kulang pa po yung dokumento, kabilang na halimbawa yung mga dokumento na ligtas yung barko, nagko-comply sa lahat ng requirements, anong basis po ng pag-grant ninyo sa ibang sitwasyon ng provisional authority to operate without the completed documents being submitted as of yet?
From what I understand, yung kulang doon ng dokumento, mga financial statements at saka bank. So, once complied yan, kasi may hearing po pa dyan after the completion. So, once complied na yan, automatic we can immediately issue a CPC.
To abbreviate the proceedings, Madam Chair, may I just ask that Marina submit to us all pending amendments, applications for amendment to the existing CPCs, so that we can cross-reference it with the Philippine Coast Guard kung ano ba yung naglalayag na wala pa namang amendment sa CPC in order to fulfill the desire of Senator Tulfo that this not happen again under the same circumstances, so that we can compare notes.
We'll do that, Your Honor.
Kindly do that, sir. Thank you, sir. Just two more points, Madam Chair. May I refer my questions to the OCD and the NDRRMC shared by, I believe, Secretary Galvez. He's not here anymore?
Secretary Galvez has to do something, so the
Who can answer?
deputy is here, the deputy administrator.
Asik Alejandro, Governor Bons and I were both governors before. Yung huling kalamidad at trahedyang nangyari sa lalawigan ko nung ako'y gobernador pa ng lalawigan ng Sorsogon, nangyari ng December 2019 sa pamamagitan ng isang bagyo na ang pangalan ay Tisoy. Awa ng Diyos, hanggang ngayon ho, wala pang binibigay ang OCD at NDRRMC sa amin. Nasubmit na lahat ng reports, binigay na po lahat, pero makalipas ang 3 taon, wala pa din po. Something must be done on the part of NDRRMC. I know it's an interagency body. I know it's comprised of secretaries of the various departments, but you must be able to find a way to hasten your procedures insofar as giving assistance. Ang laki-laki ng pondo ninyo sa calamity fund, hindi naman nakakarating sa dami at sa hirap mag-comply sa mga requirements. Bilang halimbawa, at alam ni Gov. Bonsto, tinamahan kami ng bagyo. Siyempre, makalipas ang 1-2 linggo, alangan namang tumira sa ilalim ng puno yung tao, maghihikaw siyan, magsusumikap, pagawa yung bahay. Pag nagpunta ang OCD, ang NDRRMC, makalipas ang 3-4 na buwan, nakatayo na yung bahay, wala na kaming patunay na totally damaged yung bahay. Ganon din to. Nandun yung langis, alangan namang hindi maglinis, hintayin kayo mag-picture at mag-document para mapatunayan nila na apektado talaga sila, wala silang gagawin. Pag naglinis ngayon sila at nag-picture kayo, makalipas ang ilang buwan, wala nang patunay na talaga na-apekto na tinamaan sila at hindi nyo bibigay yung kine-claim nila. I think it's an unfair situation, gravely unfair situation if you expect people to simply sit idly by, not do anything, awaiting your documentation team to document the damage done. You have to take at some point in time the word of the local government unit for that. Kami naman yung on the ground o yung probinsya. And I believe up to now, your rules and regulations still state the same thing as what we had to face way back in 2019. Would that be correct, Secretary Alejandro Rago?
Yes, sir. Good noon, sir. Yes, sir, you're correct. Right now, sir, we are doing the review on how we process the request from LGUs. Our standing order from the Office of the President from the President himself is to review and incorporate already the recommendations of our LGUs when we do validation of the request. So we are trying to come up with a new policy or amended memorandum circular on this, Mr. Chair. And hopefully within the next few weeks or months, we'll be able to issue that and come up with a more streamlined process in processing requests from the local government.
Sorry, Asik, but that seems to be unacceptable. You've been there for 8.5 months since this new administration sat. And you're asking for a few more months to streamline your procedures and review your procedures. I don't think that is acceptable. Mauubos nyo na yung halos 1 taon ng panunungkulan ninyo, 5 taon na lang ang maiiwan. Ang dami ng kalamidad na tumama, dumaan sa ating bansa. Nasa review process pa rin tayo. Gaano karaming pondo ba binabalik nyo sa National Treasury dahil hindi nyo nagagastos? I can give the figures and submit it to the committee, Madam Chair. I just don't have it with me right now. But the point is, you have so much funds actually for calamity and disaster relief, but you have not been able to use it simply because of your cumbersome procedures. And I'm quite disappointed, Madam Chair, that it's taken 8.5 months and still it's not finished. Hindi ba dapat yun ang unang-unang nagawa o ginagawa ninyo dahil aanin nyo yung mga pondong binigay sa inyo ng Kongreso kung napakatagal naman bago nyo ma-release at i-comply? Can you give us a definite date when these procedures will be streamlined and the corresponding memorandum circular will be issued to streamline these procedures? As by way of commitment to this committee, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair,
When, sir? It's okay. It's okay that Secretary Galvez left. I would just presume that whoever he left behind can answer in his behalf.
Yes, sir. I cannot give the definite, sir, the definite date when we can finish, but we'll
Huwag
give
na date, buwan na lang.
Yes, sir.
Buwan na lang, huwag na date. Huwag na araw, buwan na lang. What month? Again, you've been there for 8.5 months.
Yes, sir. We'll do it in 1 month, sir. Actually, we are already finishing our review already, sir. In fact,
So by end of April?
Yes, sir.
That's reasonable enough?
Yes, sir. We have a draft already, sir, on that.
That's realistic enough too?
Yes, sir.
Ipapublish ba yan?
That's a memorandum circular, sir.
So hindi na kailangan i-publish?
Ipapublish, sir.
Yeah, so 15 days after completion of publication or submission sa UP Law Center.
Yes, sir.
So hopefully it'll be effective by May?
Yes, sir.
Would that be correct? Can you include in your provision a retroactive clause that says that the new and streamlined procedures will also apply to previous and past calamities, because since this is a corrective memorandum circular, legally you can apply it retroactively too. Can you specify in your memorandum circular that it applies retroactively to previous and other claims filed or made by affected citizens and or local government units?
Yes, sir. It will be anchored on the GAA provision, sir, that it will apply to the calamities, yung 2 years period, sir, before the 2 years. 2 years.
Sir, kaya lang naman may limitation ng 2 years sa GAA kasi after 2 years, kailangan nyo nang balik yung pera eh. Diba? Yun naman yung rason nun eh.
Yes, sir.
Kung wala na sa inyo yung pera, pwede naman kayo humingi ng supplemental budget. But I don't see any reason why it should be limited to 2 years only if the claim has not yet been paid, or if the damage has not been repaired as of yet, as we speak, even beyond the 2-year period. Kindly look into that, sir.
Yes, sir.
One last point, Madam Chair. Under RA 9483, the Philippine Coast Guard shall investigate motu proprio or through written undertaking of a complainant any incident claim for compensation, and shall forthwith file the appropriate action with the RTC. Has the Coast Guard ever done? Have you ever done this? In previous sea mishaps, have you ever done this?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Senator Escudero, sir. During the incident, the Solar One incident, the Coast Guard was the one who filed the cases as to the claims of those affected by the incident And all were able to claim, and even the Coast Guard was able to claim already for that incident through the IOPC funds, sir.
In this particular instance, do you intend to do the same as well?
We will, Your Honor, sir.
And this will be filed in the RTC of Mindoro Oriental?
Yes, sir. It depends on our legal team where they will be filing, sir.
That's what the law says.
Yes, sir. It will be
Should
at the court of
filed in the
jurisdiction.
area with jurisdiction where the incident, quote-unquote, occurred.
Yes, sir. It will be at the court of jurisdiction, sir.
Independently, the LGU can also file, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So Governor Bonds, you can actually file either as a province or individually together with the various municipalities your claim. But I hope that whatever happens, government will have your back because as Chairman Senator Cynthia Villar said, malabo man yung insurance, sigurado ako kahit maliwanag yun, matatagalan yan. At lugmok na sa kahirapan, gutom na at wala nang hanap buhay kinakaya yung ating mga kababayan sa Mindoro Oriental, hindi pa rin darating yung insurance bagaman gusto nila magbayad. So kinakailangan talaga ang tulong at ambag ng national government. Gayun din ang mga ahensya ng pamahalaan dahil maliwanag. Madam Chair, I'd like to place it on record. Walang LGU kahit gaano kayaman. Kahit Cebu pa yan, kahit Negros Occidental, kahit na Cavite, Batangas o Laguna. Mayayamang lalawigan sa ating bansa ang kakayanin ang ganitong uri ng problema at sakunan na naganap kung saan apektado ang 13, tama ba? Siyam sa 15 munisipyo ng lalawigan ng Misamis Oriental. Mindoro Oriental, sorry. Last point on DNR. Ma'am, what is the DNR doing by way of planning sa pag-cleanup? Are you taking the lead in so far as the plans and programs of the cleanup is concerned? O kanya-kanya, bahala na si Batman?
Thank you very much, Mr. Senator. Yes, the DNR has taken the lead, although we do conform to the protocol under the NOSCOP, where in the PCG, the Philippine Coast Guard is the overall team leader. We have designed our own programs, and we have also liaised them with the local governments as well as the different bureaus of the department. They will be po in our presentation.
Now, ma'am, under the law, I'm referring to Republic Act number 9275. The cleanup that should be undertaken by the guilty party, in this case, the ship owner, but government cannot sit idly by. It can actually do some things. Under the law as well, the one I mentioned, you can ask that all of your expenses, the expenses of government, be paid by the liable party. I ask this question because are you coming up with a tab as to how much we have spent so far, including, Mama, not only the cleanup, but also what was lost by way of income of those whose properties were affected, or even if their properties were not affected, by way of lost earnings too, dahil naapektuhan pa rin sila nung oil spill. Who is keeping tabs on this? Magkano ginagastos ng Coast Guard? Magkano ginagastos ng Marina? Magkano ginagastos ng DNR? Magkano ginagastos ng LGU? DSWD? Who is keeping tabs, ma'am? Is it DNR?
DNR is keeping tabs of its own account, sir. Because we technically fall under a protocol that is developed by the Coast Guard, but we are keeping tabs, and as Governor Bonds knows, we have been closely coordinating with the LGU on this. So as far as the DNR po, we have done 3 things. If I may just jump towards our presentation, we have done the disaster forensics, sir, together with the UPMSI. We are now looking at the remediation costs, and we're also looking at the valuation for the lost ecosystem services because of the impact assessment that continues to be ongoing, sir, because the spill continues. So we are doing the economic valuation based on methodologies that we have at the department, but we are also keeping tabs, sir, just to reassure you on what we have spent so far.
This is the first time I'm hearing something like this, actually, because I'm sure if I ask Gov Bonds, Gov, how much have you spent so far? What you'll tell me most likely is how much you appropriated by way of relief and cleanup. But you cannot put a monetary value insofar as mobilizing the people of the provinces, municipalities, and barangays are concerned. Would that be correct?
Correct, Senator.
May I ask the Coast Guard, ilang barko ang pinadala nyo para maglinis sa cleanup, sa containment and cleanup?
We deployed one helicopter, one Cessna plane, and about
Sir, how many trips was the cost of the how many trips was the cost of the gasoline? And what is the man-hours cost as well? At paano yung wear and tear ng Cessna at helicopter? Do you have a way of computing it?
We will be computing it, sir, and we will be sending it to the good senator, sir. Thank you, sir.
No, but do you have an SOP right
yes,
now?
Yes, sir. We have,
compute
sir.
it?
We have, sir. We have.
You do?
Yes, sir.
Kindly submit that, please, sir, as you go along.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
In order for us to have basis for the claims that will be made, may I give the same advice to the local government unit, both the province and the municipalities, in order for us to have a basis to file a claim before the funds that are available to us under existing laws, treaties, and conventions. That would be all, Madam Chairman. Thank you, and I'd like to thank our invited guests and resource persons. Thank you also to the family of the ship owner for answering our questions.
Thank you, Senator Escudero. I just want to give an opportunity for Governor Dolor to say something. Thank you.
Ma'am, we leave to the sense of the Senate the side of investigation, finding the guilt, finding the non-performance of laws. It's your turf. Our concern in the local government is where are we going after this as far as our constituents are concerned. If I heard it right, I was so sad to hear what Attorney from Marina said, Hernan, that there is a fund that they have around 63 million, and that even without Coast Guard filing a case against this issue, Coast Guard has already filed a claim using that insurance. I appreciate so much the efforts of Coast Guard, especially when Commodore Tobilla arrived last Friday upon my request to Commandant Abu. But ma'am, it pains me so much to hear that Coast Guard filed a claim for your cleanup, even without taking first the concerns of the local government. We are directly affected, losing jobs and livelihood of the people. It's your job to do this cleanup. How come you claim first for yourselves? File your claim for your agency. Why not file first for the lost livelihood of our people? Bakit hindi muna yun sana nawalang trabaho namin? Sana yun muna ang inuna ninyong i-claim. Kung tama po ang rinig ko, malungkot sa akin yun. Kasi imagine, yung trabaho nyo naman talaga maglinis. Pero inuna ninyo munang i-claim yung gastos nyo kaysa doon sa pamasahe ng mga tao namin, pantuiso ng tao namin. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, pero masakit sa akin bilang gobernador. Kami ang apektado ng lahat ng ito habang nagkakagulo sa permitting. Pinayagan ninyo sa Marina na makabiyahe, wala pa ng CPC. Pinayagan nyo sa Coast Guard sa Bataan na makabiyahe 9 times without amended CPC. Kaming namang problema sa Oriental Mindoro, inuna nyo ang claim nyo. Makatao po ba yun, Madam Chair? Hindi kami naghahanap ng fault dito, bahala kayo dyan maghanap. Pero apat ang concern namin. Una, matagpuan ng barko. Salamat sa NAMRIA, salamat kay Secretary Loizaga. Tawag ni Secretary Gatchalian ng pumukaw sa inyong damdamin para ipadala agad. Dahil sabi nyo, hindi malinaw ang usapan ng Coast Guard sa inyo. 6 hours after that, dumating ang vessel. Thank you, NAMRIA. Thank you, DNR. Ang sunod na kailangan natin papasukin ng ROV. Hindi ko to trabaho to ng Coast Guard na magpapasok ng ROV dito. Pero sinong gumagawa ng paraan? Sinong tumatawag kay Secretary Bautista? Sinong kumakausap sa PCG? Sinong kumakausap sa PPA? Bureau of Quarantine. Si Governor Dolor, Sabado, Linggo, umipirma ng sulat. Kailangan nagpapalit na naman ng insurance company natin ng barkong gagamitin from Chinese to Singaporean to Japanese. Ginagawa niyo akong secretariat. Palit ako ng palit ng sulat just to facilitate the arrival of this vessel sa ROV. It's not my job. That's why, Madam Senator, I'm the one taking care because this is my province. Thirdly, aside from the ROV's arrival, ang concern ng Oriental Mindoro po, huwag nang makarating sa tabi ng dagat, tabi ng pangpang namin ang oil. Pero walang malinaw na plano. Buti na lang dumating yung bagong commodore namin. Ngayon, nag-aanan ako ng konti. Thank you, Admiral Abu. Pinagbigyan mo ko sa request kong ipadala mo si Commodore Tobilla. May kapartner na ako ngayon sa incident command post namin. Kami ni na Mayor, walang tulong. Si Mayor Inat ako. Pero ang gulo. Ang hinahanap natin sagot sa tanong sa ngayong hearing na ito ng Senado, anong malinaw na plano para hindi makarating ng tabi ng dagat ang oil spill? Local government na nagmanis, can you imagine, palapa ng nyug. Ang mga mayors namin, nagpaputol ng palapa ng nyug, nagpaputol ng coco na taas para mapigil. Eh kung ito muna sana ang kinuha ng insurance ng Coast Guard, di ba mas mabilis? And then lastly, yung ating response on clean-up drive. Thank you sa DSWD, thank you sa DENR, thank you kay TESDA, thank you kay DOLE, thank you kay President. Thank you din kay Coast Guard in fairness naman sa inyo. Pero sana hindi kami ang nahihirapan to manage all of this. Enough na sa amin yung bugbog ng tao namin. Sana yun man lang trabaho ng national government. May mag-take charge talagang maliwanag. Ako, thankful ako, Commodore Tobilla, you handle it well. Kaya lang, it's not enough. You're not the entire team. The national government should be there, one whole team. Kaya ang request ko, Madam Chair, mga senador, kay Secretary Galvez kanina, baka naman po pwede, yung NDRRMC, sabay-sabay mag-usap, isang cabinet dadating sa amin, thank you. Isang cabinet dadating sa amin, thank you. Isang cabinet dadating sa amin, thank you. Hindi ba pwedeng sabay-sabay? Hindi ba pwedeng isang upo lamang natin? Hindi ba pwedeng 10 chopper yung dadating sa aming lalawigan at mag-usap tayong 10? Inassure po ako ni Secretary Galvez before he left. We will host you there. Dumating kayong lahat. Yung regional directors nyo, wala akong masabi. Napakaayos. DOH, napakaayos. Pero ang request ko lang po, with your indulgence, Madam Senator, Madam Chair, with the indulgence and with the leadership of NDRRMC and Coast Guard, isang meeting ng lahat ng Cabinet Secretary sa Mindoro gawin, para dun palang malinaw, ito, isang bagsak natin. We know that the government is doing its part. Ang kailangan lang natin dito ngayon, mas mabilis na action. Sabi nyo, huwag na muna kaming aasa sa insurance. Malungkot sa amin yun. Ba't ako naniniwala pa rin sa biyaya ng Diyos? Baka sakaling may magmilagro, may authority na po kaming mag-file ang aming claims. Pero sabi ng insurance kahapon, I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Sabi ninyo sa amin, gusto ninyo mag-file kami ng claim na walang asunto sa korte. I will give you the benefit of the doubt for this week. The insurance company yesterday promised us you will put up a claims desk this week. I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Ang concern ng local government namin, malinis na ito. Huwag nang makarating sa dagat, sa lupa at makakain kami. Pero after 1 week at walang nangyari, tandaan po ninyo, mababait po ang taga Mindoro. Pero huwag niyong sagarin ang pasensya ng mamamayan namin. Ako, ang aking mga punong bayan at ang mamamayan namin, we follow government rules. But you cannot expect all of us to wait until the arrival of the Messiah. We will do whatever we can within our grasp, mandate, power, and initiative to make sure that there is a resolution on this case. Thank you very much, Madam Senator. We'll just be at the receiving end ngayon. Makikinig na lang po kami. After all, kung sino may kasalanan, parusahan, kami po, ang concern namin, yung mamamayan namin mabigyan ng tamang kinabukasan after all of this. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Salamat po sa mga senador.
Maraming salamat, Governor Dolor. Before Secretary Galvez left, he assured me that there is a fund that will, NDRMC fund that they will give you. So, he promised me. So, he always keep his promise. So we recognize Senator Ontiveros.
Salamat po, Madam Chair. At ako po bilang apo ng Mindoro Oriental ay buong pusong nakikiisa dun sa panawagan ni Gov. At umaasa ako, Madam Chair, na sa pamamagitan ng komite natin at yung pag-uusap nyo ng chair ng NPRMC, mangyayari po yung hinihiling nilang national government integrated response. Kasi po talagang nangyayari sa amin ay emerging humanitarian crisis. So, yun po. One quick manifestation for the record bago yung mga tanong ko. Hawak ko po, Madam Chair, yung pre-departure inspection checklist for tanker ship ng Philippine Coast Guard. Ito po yung para sa Princess Empress. And hindi lang po isa, 7 po yung boxes dito na walang check dun sa table na complete and valid ship safety certificates and documents. So isa na po, unang-una, yung Certificate of Public Convenience, CPC. Hindi po talaga naka-check. And nakasulat po dito sa table, isa ito sa items, isa ito sa certificate na if not valid, detainable. And 7 po yung ganyan na if not valid, detainable. Yung isa ay if no, to be rectified. And yet kahit kulang ng 7 check sa checklist ay nakalayag nga, nakapalaot at nangyari nga ito sa Mimaropa at pati sa Western Visayas. So for the record, Madam Chair, document po mismo ng Coast Guard. So yung una ko pong tanong, Madam Chair, actually follow up na lang sa nauna ng mahalagang inputs ni Sec Yulo Loizaga sa DENR. Salamat dun sa sinabi nyo sa aming chair na i-furnish nyo yung komite ng ulat ninyo tungkol sa trahedyang ito. Kasi I appreciate na hindi po tayo nagpapaligoy-ligoy. We really want to know gaano ba kasama ito at gaano kalaki yung scope ng damage. I wonder if you want to add anything to that, Sec.
Yes po, thank you, Senator. We do have a presentation po that is composed of several parts, including our colleagues from UPMSI who are characterizing the hazard with the help of the Philippine Space Agency and NOAA sa US po. So if with your indulge po, we have actually a complete presentation on what the DNR has done.
All right, Madam Chair, if the Chair wishes, we could see the presentation before I continue with my questions. Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Senator Ontiveros.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Sec, if I may just add I just had a last question. Baka pwede nyo na rin pong tugunan in the course of the presentation na gaano pong katagal at ano pong requirements in terms of human, technological, and financial resources para maglunsad po tayo ng honest goodness clean up at i-rehabilitate po yung mga affected areas. Bukod po sa damage assessment, later on bukod po sa buo ng rehabilitation plan, ano pong papel ang ginagampanan ng DENR sa oil spill cleanup mismo? Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Senator Ontiveros. Just to answer your last question first, we cannot calculate the full cost of this incident until the hazard is actually finished. And so that will continue po for as long as the oil continues to spill. Madam Chair, if the leak is not plugged, the flow as estimated by the UPMSI will continue for the next probably 2 weeks if the leak is not plugged. And I will leave po Dr. Cesar Villanoy of the UP Marine Science Institute to describe the rate of the spillage at kung saan po siya dadapo. It's very clear po sa kanilang models and we base our intervention both on the ground to mitigate and our projection for the cost on the science that is provided by the UP Marine Science Institute and our colleagues in the different bureaus. So our presentation po is composed of several parts: the hazard, the exposure and vulnerability of both air and water, as well as biodiversity, both the ecosystems, so all the different aspects of the ecosystems, the coral reefs, the seagrass, etc. will be described in our presentation po.
And just before you make the presentation, Sec, salamat dun sa time frame na binigay nyo ng 2 weeks. Kasi within the 2 weeks, pasok na po yung sinasabing 2 days within which baka umabot yung oil spill pati sa Verde Island Passage.
Actually, Senator po, if we may clarify, and Dr. Kay Villanoy will be the one to explain that as the winds change po, the direction of the flow will also change. And that's when the Verde Island passage will be the most vulnerable. So ito po ang the introduction lang po to our presentation is we are risk-based in our analysis and therefore in our interventions as well as our economic valuations. These are all based on what we call hazard exposure and vulnerability analysis. The team is composed of several groups inside the DNR and our partners at the UP Marine Science Institute, as well as the support that we are getting from the Philippine Space Agency, from NOAA, and that's the US and NASA space technologies that are being made available, the products that are being made available to us. So if I may po, just go to the next slide. I will introduce the different presenters. We have three components, the context for our work, the NAMRIA updates, and in between, sir, and Madam Chair, we will hear from UPMSI on their particular hazard analysis, which is the basis for our work. Then NAMRIA, of course, will also present its findings. So NAMRIA, UPMSI, and our Bureau updates, both the Environmental Management Bureau and the Biodiversity Management Bureau that are on this incident po. So to turn over po to the presenter, I will introduce Undersecretary De La Peña, who will give us the context of our work, to be followed by NAMRIA and to be followed by UPMSI and the bureaus. Undersecretary po.
Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, good afternoon. Allow me to briefly describe the context and basis for the actions of the department in connection with the oil spill response operations. Next slide, please. PD 602 establishes the National Operations Center for Oil Pollution under the Philippine Coast Guard, and the Marine Pollution Decree of 1976 grants the PCG and the National Pollution Control Commission, now the Environmental Management Bureau under the DNR, the joint responsibility to address marine pollution. Further, the Philippine Clean Water Act of 2004, the DNR, PCG, and DA shall enforce water quality standards in marine waters. As per the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, or NOSCOP, the PCG's role is as an agency in command of the overall oil spill response, with other agencies or organizations mandated to play their respective support roles. Next slide. Pursuant to the support mandate of the DNR, immediately after the occurrence of the oil spill, the department, under the leadership of Secretary Loizaga, established the task force for the MT Princess Empress oil spill. The task force follows the Incident Command System, or ICS, organizational structure, placing key undersecretaries in command with the support of assistant secretaries down to the regional executive directors, regional directors, the provincial and community environment and natural resources, among others. The main objective of the task force is to implement all necessary strategic and tactical actions in order to facilitate the immediate and long-term risk management strategies to mitigate the impacts on ecosystems and marine and coastal biodiversity. Next. Shown are the three parallel work streams of the department in response to the oil spill. Next slide, please. Disaster forensics, knowing the scientific circumstances in connection with the oil spill by specifying the environmental hazards, the vulnerabilities, and risks associated with the incident. Cleanup, mitigation, and remediation, habitats and ecosystems, protection and regeneration. Shown, the DNR further follows the three levels for response escalation. Level 1, which govern actions within or near the seepage area. Level 2, actions in Pola and Wuhan as well as other coasts. Level 3, actions in areas beyond Mindoro.
Clarificatory question, Madam Chair, Yusek.
Yes, ma'am.
Pareho po ba ito or iba ito sa Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 ng Coast Guard?
It's different, ma'am. This is the levels. The levels are following the MSI, UPMSI tiered response. Next slide, please. Having organized the task force, the following are the immediate actions of the department. First, coordinated with the LGUs affected, including the governor and mayors of affected communities, municipalities, released information to the public, instructed NAMRIA to deploy the BRPH Ventura to locate the sunken tanker, conducted aerial inspection, site visits, and monitoring with UPMSI and field operations teams, conducted water and air quality assessment, conducted biodiversity and rapid assessment, conducted coastal and mangrove cleanup operations and proper waste disposal, deployed technical experts for rapid impact assessment and valuation. Next slide. Arranged cash for work for coastal cleanup with SWD and SOLE, coordinated with congressmen for situation updates, coordinated response priorities and anticipatory action with PCG, DOTR, NDRRMC, DSWD, DOLE, DEB4, DNDOCD, DILG, DOT, DOH, and the LGUs. Conducted a dialogue with local communities together with the DOH, DSWD, and DILG. Sourced out support from private organizations, non-government partners, and assisting countries. Briefed the President regarding updates on the ground. Submitted daily situational reports for the President through the Office of the Executive Secretary. Next slide. To further elaborate the DNR actions, here is a matrix describing the chronology of the incident timelines vis-a-vis DNR response. At the onset of the incident, when the tanker was initially half-submerged on February 28, the DNR, through its regional office, already coordinated with initially the LGUs and the PCG for situation updates and monitoring. Subsequently, specific response activities were undertaken by the department. To name a few, the highlights include the initial meetings by the Secretary with the PCG, the Oriental Governor Dolor, and Nauan Mayor Teves on March 1, Monday, immediately after learning about the incident. On March 3, the Secretary DNR, together with other key officials, did an initial aerial assessment and visited Ground Zero. The Secretary also briefed the President on the same day and subsequently made direct coordination with the Secretaries of the DSWD, the DOT, the DOLE, among others in the next days. The department also established linkage with the NDRRMC. Next slide. Here's the continuation of the timelines, which on March 5, the task force met with local officials at Pola. Also, it was the day that the NAMRIA located the possible location of the tanker. On March 6, there was the public announcement about the possible location of the sunken tanker as located by the NAMRIA. On March 7, the Secretary met with the local officials at Pola, followed by another briefing for the President. In the next days, other important meetings were undertaken as shown. Presently, there remains the increasing risk to affected areas, leading to the continuous effort for assessment, containment, and cleanup.
Madam Chair, if I may just add to the presentation as already given by Undersecretary De La Peña. We note, please, that on March 2, we had authorized the deployment of the hydrographer vessel to locate the sunken vessel where it is actually lying po. The importance of this is to determine how the oil will actually be spilling based on possibly the location as identified by the NAMRIA vessel. So I wish to credit this to the advice of the UPMSI to actually first locate where the vessel actually is in order for us to be able to project the spillage that will occur because of the damage to the vessel. So UPMSI advised us on this. We mobilized on March 3 after the authorization on March 2, and by March 4, the vessel was deployed, our hydrographer vessel, BRP Ventura, and by March 5, despite the inclement weather and early morning, they were able to capture data which they later analyzed to actually be the possible site of the sunken vessel. So there will be a report by NAMRIA on this directly.
And Sec, tama po ba na yung tumatagas pa lang ay yung fuel ng ship mismo, hindi pa yung cargo nila na 800,000 liters?
At this point po, the estimation is that the cargo is already spilling. So it's not just the initial sheets po, where the fuel of the ship But the quality of what we see on shore is also an indication of the cargo actually already spilling.
So we're racing against time para i-seal yung dalawang leaks na yon.
Yes, ma'am. Although we don't know that there are 2 leaks, the recommendation from the MRIA, which will be presented by Undersecretary Chanco, would be to actually have the ROB confirm the findings that the BRP Ventura actually submitted.
Salamat po.
Thank you po.
Next slide, please. For my last slide, shown is the highlights of accomplishment by the numbers, ma'am.
So just to conclude po from Undersecretary, these are ongoing, and to answer your question on damage assessment, we are using several valuation methods. One of them is the method that was used when there was damage to Tubataha Reef to actually calculate what the cost might be. However, on the long-term impact on fisheries income, BFAR will be the essential partner po in determining this. And so we're looking forward to working closely with them on our findings as well as theirs po. So if I may, maybe introduce Undersecretary Peter Chanco, who will give the briefing on the location of the vessel.
Thank you very much, Secretary Yuloy Saga. Esteemed Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, Senator Cynthia Villar. Equally honorable members of the Senate, Secretary Loizaga and colleagues from the DNR, fellow public servants, distinguished guests, good afternoon. I will be presenting a brief report on the multi-beam hydrographic surveys undertaken by NAMRIA, and this was done by one of its survey vessels, the BRP hydrographer Ventura, to locate the sunken MT Princess Empress. Upon arrival at the search site at 1:35 a.m. of March 5, 2023, BRPH Ventura immediately ran parallel and perpendicular survey lines on the reported last position of MT Princess Empress. After covering an area of about 7 square kilometers, the vessel has to withdraw from the site because of very rough seas. Nonetheless, after the survey data was processed, a feature whose profile is very similar to the sunken ship was detected. Next slide. The ship returned to the search site on March 8, 2023 and surveyed a larger area. The same feature was detected, and we believe this is the sunken ship based on the dimensions and its proximity to the last reported position of MT Princess Empress. Here are the processed images of the feature that was detected. The length, breadth, and height are similar to those of MT Princess Empress. Furthermore, there is no reported sinking or shipwreck in the area since it was mapped in 2008. Next slide, please. The sunken ship is in an upright position and oriented south 44 degrees east. Next slide, please. Here is a summary of the report from BRPH Ventura. It surveyed a total area of 39 square kilometers and detected the feature at latitude 13 degrees, 19 minutes, 8.67 seconds north, and longitude 121 degrees, 31 minutes, 43.07 seconds east. It is located at a distance of 13.89 kilometers northeast of Balingawan Point, Municipality of Pola, Province of Oriental Mindoro. It is lying on the seabed in an upright position at a depth of 389.1 meters. Its current location is 264.7 meters southeast of the last position of MT Princess Empress. Next slide, please. Here is a comparison of the dimensions of the MT Princess Empress and the shipwreck. They have almost the same length and breadth. The difference in height may be due to the height of the ship's mast. Next slide, please. Finally, here is a map showing the location of the sunken ship. Next slide, please. Here is the location of the sunken ship as depicted on the official nautical chart of the area. And finally, we are recommending for the deployment of a remotely operated underwater vehicle for more conclusive findings. That ends my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yusek Janko. We've been advised to just shorten our presentation, so we have opted to hear the presentation of UPMSI. The work of the DNR, EMB, and BMB is equally important po, ma'am, so you can see the impacts that we are seeing on the ground. So hopefully po we'll have the opportunity to present those to you. EMB and BMB are here with the full presentation. But if we may, just so we can characterize the hazard and the risk moving forward, we would like to call our colleagues and our partners at UPMSI, Dr. Cesar Villanoy, if he can make the presentation on the current status of our hazard. Doc Kay, please.
And Chair, Sec, just one quick. So, 390 meters, so higit 1,000 feet po yun.
Yes, ma'am.
Na lalim.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Villanoy, please.
Hello, good afternoon po, Secretary, and good afternoon, Madam Chair. Shall I share or?
Doc, if you may, please.
Ito na pala. This is hindi sa Coast Guard na presentation.
Maybe Q. Doc, would you like to share in the interest of time?
Okay, sige. So I'll just skip the first few slides kasi we all know location and the background nito, no? So we've been receiving satellite images from NOAA, and also PhilSA is already compiling and analyzing several images. But one thing that we can see from the images is the seepage from the sunken vessel is continuing, and it is all going towards the coast of Naukan and Palo. And this is because of amihan winds. So what we see in the images are actually just a portion of what is actually released. No? So we tried running a oil weathering model, which is developed by NOAA also, on what happens to bunker sea oil when you release that to the surface. And it says here that the model shows us that in the first 5 days, 9% is lost to evaporation, 70% is dispersed, so na mix with the water, nag-emulsify, or it breaks up into smaller spills. And what remains is just 22%. So what we see at the surface is just a fraction of what is actually released. So we don't know, we cannot compute how much oil is seeping from the ship. Because even if we see different sizes of the oil slicks at the images, they're mostly a function of the wind. Kung malakas ang hangin, mas lumiliit yung slick. Pag kalma yung hangin, mas lumalaki yung slick. So this is the oil spill trajectory model we use. This is the model used by NOAA for oil spill response. Ang input dito, we get currents from global models of circulation ng ocean currents, and we also get the winds from the global forecast system. No? So, one lang reminder lang na all these are global models, so medyo coarse yung resolution nila, no? Hindi natin masyadong ma-resolve some of our smaller islands. And we also specify the spill type, so either an area source or a point source. So these are the first few models that we run. Itong nasa left, ito yung when Secretary Lysaga flew flew to the area, and they were able to identify itong slick na nakikita dito. And then there were also reports of oil along the southern coast. So we used this as input to models, and it showed the spill was mostly going south, reaching Semirara and Kaluya Islands, and then eventually going to Cuyo. And if you run the model some more, and you will see that it ends up in mainland Palawan, Taytay area, and the model estimated that the oil will reach Taytay in March 12. And last Sunday, we got the reports that they found oil in Taytay. So we also tried running a model where there was continuous seepage from the ship. And because of the strong influence of the Amihan, most of the oil coming from the ship will end up along the Nauhan and Pola coast. So unless the wind changes, unfortunately, Nauhan and Pola will continuously receive oil if the seepage is not stopped. So these are some of the currents for March 10 to 19, and we can see that the currents in this area are starting to move towards the west and towards the northwest. No, previously, the week after the spill, the currents were moving south, but here in this model, they were starting to move towards the Verde Passage sometime next week. And these are also the winds. The winds are still blowing from the northeast. So amihan season pa rin hanggang sa 19. No? So malaki ang tulong ng amihan to limit the spill in a small area. Unfortunately, yun nga, ang Nauhan and Pola will bear the brunt of the spill. So if we run the model without the wind, with just the currents, ganito yung mangyayari, no? The oil will start to move towards VIP, towards Calapan and entering the Verde Island Passage. No? Pero, so the currents are already moving northwest. But if you add the wind, malaki talaga ang influence ng wind. So, critical na ma-contain talaga yung seepage o yung leak from the ship before the amihan stops. Otherwise, other areas may be affected. So, ito yung aming main messages that we've derived from the analysis, that the currents, ocean currents natin are already showing shift towards the VIP. So, if you run the oil trajectory with just the currents, then definitely it will end up in the VIP. Fortunately, the winds are still amihan, so ganun pa rin yung pattern niya. It's still blowing towards the southwest. Pero yun nga, we are at the end of the amihan season. I don't know when it will end. Maybe Pag-asa can give us an idea when. Pero typically after Holy Week kasi nagiging summer conditions na yun eh. So maybe that's our window. We also need continuous monitoring along the coast for the presence of oil, because we need this to initialize trajectory models, especially in areas medyo malayo from the spill site. So marami pa ring limitations sa model. It's still prone to errors. Pero yun nga, yun is our best available information at the moment. And I think the main point here is we really need to stop the seepage from the sunken vessel. Yun lang po.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vilanoy. As I said, we are driven by the science that we are actually tapping UPMSI as our partners. So there are two types of actions, Madam Chair, that we are taking. The immediate remediation for what has already impacted us and anticipatory action to warn based on the different models, the different LGUs that will actually be affected or may actually be affected because of the change in the winds and the current. With the indulgence po, Madam Chair, I will ask the bureaus, they have done great work to be very quick about their report on the ground remediation and of course the next steps in terms of needs. With your indulgence, Madam Chair, both EMB and BMB are here to actually report on their work. Yes.
Just a quick follow-up, Madam Chair, at this point in time. Dun sa sinabi ni Dr. Vilanoy na it's critical to stop the seepage before the amihan stops on 19th March or basta before Holy Week. Sabi nila ito yung window. And, well, dumadaan na sa Kalbaryo ang Mindoro Oriental para mas magkaroon sila ng ang probinsya namin resurrection at para mailigtas yung iba pa. Maybe, well, the committee will really be waiting for the recommendations from you. Ano yung urgent course of action nyo within these next, oh my God, 6 days, 1 week, that the legislature can support. Salamat po.
Yes, Madam Chair, Senator, we will be presenting what we have done so far. Unfortunately, our assumption is that we will not be able to stop the seepage. So we will act as if we are on the worst case scenario po in order to present our needs assessment also in terms of the collaboration between the different NGAs and of course with the work of Mayor Dolor and Mayor Ina and the rest of our distinguished mayors po sa Oriental Mindoro. If we may po, we will be very brief so to respect the time element. But, Madam, I think you should hear the air and water assessment results as well as the potential biodiversity impacts that have been already mapped by our Biodiversity Management Bureau and our EMB po. So if we may turn over to EMB, Assistant Secretary Gilbert.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and other members of this august body. In response to the oil spill incident, the DNR-EMB immediately dispatched monitoring teams in the area. In fact, as early as March 1, we've already started the monitoring of the water quality. In the course of the monitoring, we established immediately 10 stations along the coastlines of Oriental Mindoro and in the affected coastal areas of Semirara Island. And our initial results during the period of March 1 to 8, we have exceedances in the water quality guidelines for oil and grease in these areas that we have taken samples. Also, we're doing air quality monitoring in some areas in the affected in Oriental Mindoro, and we're doing sampling both in the Semirara Islands, also in Oriental Mindoro, and we're focusing more on the H2S and VOC to determine what are the conditions affected by the deteriorating conditions resulting in the coastlines in the presence of the oil. And along with it, we're doing also cleanup. We have initiated cleanup works in the coastlines. And then we're collecting oil waste and oil-contaminated materials that have been washed down on the shoreline. And initially,
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Kasi I read something na wala daw treatment, storage, disposal facility ang Mimaropa. And so yung mga kinukuha niyong waste, didalhin niyo pa sa Central Luzon and Calabar Zone. Totoo ba yun?
Yes, ma'am. In the absence...
What do we do about that? I mean, I guess in the next budget, you have to build a TSD facility in Mimaropa.
Yes, ma'am. Nagkataon lang po. Wala po sa Mimaropa talaga available ng TSD facilities. So we're now depending on the nearest TSD facilities that can be made available.
What is the nearest?
There's one in Batangas that's serving for. So ipa ma'am, we have already collected about 78.5 drums in Mindoro and 3,100 liters in Semirara Island about the contaminated waste and and oil waste that has been collected during the initial cleanup po in these coastal areas. So we're continuing to do cleanups, and then we're gathering more of this waste. That's all for EMU.
Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, ma'am, sorry, one slide back, please. With your indulgence, my apologies to Governor Dolor. I misspoke earlier. I said Mayor po. Gov, sorry po. And so this is just a chart, really, actually a diagram showing the cash for work mobilization po that we spoke about earlier. This is in the collaboration with the DOLE and the DSWD po. So under the direction of Governor, so that we can actually stage the resources to the optimization plan of the LGU. Next slide, please. So may I please introduce Asek Marsamaro, who will be doing the Biodiversity Management Bureau updates.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, the Honorable Madam Chair, Your Honors, colleagues in the DNR, fellow workers in the government, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me present the report and accomplishments so far of the Biodiversity Management Bureau, which is mandated to establish and manage protected areas, as well as manage coastal biodiversity and wetland ecosystems. Based on the created task force, the Bureau was tasked to undertake rapid assessment of the affected areas and explore mechanisms for the economic valuation of the impacts. So basically, our team, the teams led by the Biodiversity Management Bureau, worked from March 6 to March 10 with counterparts from the DNR field offices and provincial and local government units in the region or impacted municipalities and communities. Particularly as they employed the aerial survey, ocular survey, shoreline walk, photo documentation, and interviews because of their limited capabilities to be on the site. Next slide, please. Basically, this slide would provide a composite of what the team has arrived at in terms of coming up with the 58 barangays covered in the assessment in the 9 municipalities with the degree of oiling categorized as none, low, moderate, and high, as well as the ecosystems that are potentially affected or impacted, such as corals, seagrass, and mangroves, as well as the locally managed municipal fishery protected areas and sightings of turtles, as well as nesting sites. Yes. Next slide. So basically, we have this assessment. So basically, what we have already confirmed as damage are 10 hectares of mangrove areas in Pola, in Barangay Kalima. But in harm's way, in the 8 areas where oil spill has been observed are those reflected in the table. So basically, over 2,000 hectares of corals, 1,000 hectares of seagrass, and over 1,600 of mangrove. So there are also 25 out of the 58 barangays where there are sightings, reported sightings of marine turtles, including recorded nesting. So that would provide for additional damage. Next slide, please. So from the team's observation, we came up with these recommendations for our DNR field office for us to conduct a thorough assessment of the affected sites after certain period, depending on the impacts. Economic valuation, which is ongoing with experts coming from their experience, as mentioned by the Honorable Secretary, in the Tubata Reef incident, and also capacitation on wildlife handling, because we expect that some wildlife may be affected later on if the oil spill would really move further inwards, and perhaps replacement areas of the nesting sites if already confirmed, as well as updating of the coastal resources management information in the affected municipalities. Next slide, please. We will include also report on the rapid assessment done in Region 6, particularly in Antique, over the same period. Basically, the region also employed interagency rapid teams composed of DNR personnel, the Penro and Senro, over 4 barangays which were visited. Next slide, please. And they reported this observation where there was this oil spill impact, particularly in Semarara and Tinugpo, as well as in Liwagaw Island. The total habitat affected are indicated on the screen, but basically we were able to conduct only shoreline assessment. The other ecosystems were unable to be determined because of limited capability, considering that we have coral reefs and seagrasses to be determined as well. Next slide, please. So basically, there is also this set of recommendations for the region concerned that clean up to proceed, particularly with focus on the oil debris and solid waste found along shorelines and mangrove areas, the collection of subsurface oil that penetrated already the sandy sediments, as well as rehabilitation that shall commence after the habitats have shown signs, after they have shown signs of recovery, because there is always this tendency for them to rebound from these incidences. So I guess that's all, Madam Secretary, as far as the BMP report of assessment is
Thank you
concerned.
very much, Secamaro. Just to conclude, we have a summary of needs moving forward, Madam Chair, with your indulgence. Just 2 more slides that will actually indicate what we feel are the gaps so far in terms of what might be needed. Of course, to be further validated with our LGU partners, and also ways forward and what we have received the way of offers for donations, as well as partners from our foreign assistance. Next slide, please. Next, so just a table, excuse me, could we go back 1 slide? Just a table, we've classified, of course, we're further detailing with our LGU partners the needs of communities, as we have, of course, already observed livelihood support for fishing, tools, equipment, alternative livelihood, family food packs, continuing po with the DSWD, and PPEs, which are continuously needed in order to remediate the sites. The needs for the cleanup, again, supplies and materials that are related to the cleanup itself, haulers and transporters, on-site treatment, TSD po, Madam Chair, as you pointed out, PPEs for our teams, and of course, the compensation for augmenting teams on the ground. Technical assistance, which we continue to have po, needs for air and water testing. We have laboratories that are running overtime and hoping to tap our local universities to also help us. Waste management and protocols for the cleanup of mangroves, and our assistance from our higher education institutions, as well as our foreign partners for impact assessment, which are ongoing po. Next slide, please. Just so we are also accounting for the donations and assistance that have come to us at the DNR, may we just cite the organizations of our there on the list, including our foreign partners who have come from a very early stage. The US, Japan, France, and the Republic of Korea have all indicated their willingness to support, and the private companies as listed po in the slide. Finally, our ways forward in closing. So as you can see, Madam Chair, we have also plotted out our ways forward, which are continuing to evolve because we are assuming the worst will actually happen, that we will not be able to plug this seepage, and therefore this is a rolling plan that will respond to the conditions on the ground as well as to the needs of our affected communities. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary Loizaga and the DNR. We continue now with the question of Senator Risa.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. And kay Secretary sa buong DNR family. I apologize, I have to leave for a 1:30 meeting, Madam Chair. Pero kung pwede kong i-make off record na lang, I have a number of questions pa kasi sana, pero at least just the maybe 4 most important, baka ang ating resource persons would care to respond to them moving forward. Or kung may second hearing pa, Madam Chair, babalik na lang po ako. Pero sana isa pang tanong sa Marina, kung pwedeng malaman kung ano ang lagay ng pondong, binanggit na rin po kanina, I think ni Sen Tulfo, yung Oil Pollution Management Fund, magkano ito ngayon, although may narinig po akong parang 63 million kanina, at kung nakikipag-coordinate na ang Marina sa Coast Guard para sa particular na insidenteng ito. And then, follow-up questions for Harbor Star Shipping Services and Malayan Towage and Salvage Corporation. Kung pwedeng malaman exactly kailan sila nagsimula magtrabaho dun sa Mindoro oil spill. Anong specific services ang pinoprovide nila, gaano nang ka-advance sila sa kanilang trabaho, and as experts sa kanilang assessment, gaano katagal para makumpleto yung trabaho nila. Secondly, for Harbor Star, Madam Chair, for the record, na-mobilize na ba ng Harbor Star yung sinabi nila sa isang press briefing na kaagad daw mag-hire sila at magbabayad sa mga displaced fisher folk para tumulong sa cleanup operations? Kung nagsimula na sila, paano nila sisiguruhin na adequately protected itong mga kababayan nating mangingisda mula sa harmful effects ng direct contact sa industrial grade oil na ito? And last but not the least, Madam Chair, just for the record, marami-rami ko pa sana mga tanong, may mga community efforts na rin po kasi na ginagawa ang mga grupo tulad ng Protect Verde Island Passage, and I see Protect VIP here, Madam Chair, upang maprotektahan ang kalikasan na pinagkukuhanan ng kabuhayan. Makikita natin sa mga news reports na gamit ang mga ordinaryong bagay tulad ng mga coconut husks. Kanina po may nanote ako dun sa presentation ng Coast Guard, hindi ko na mahanap sa notes ko, may binanggit po silang indigenous booms, may binanggit po silang coconut, may binanggit po silang hay. So meron na pong nangunguna tayong mga grupo ng mga kababayan tulad ng Protect Verde Island Passage. So tulad ng mga coconut husks, tinali-tali para pigilin yung langis na lalong makakalat. So paano yung mga plano ng iba't ibang stakeholders na nandito, Madam Chair, makakasuporta, makaka-scale up, makaka-complement sa mga efforts na ito. So ayan, ito na si ating Senate President Pro Tem. So maraming salamat, Madam Chair, at sa lahat ng resource persons at lalong-lalo na rin sa ating mga pinuno mula sa Mindoro Oriental, na tama po si Gov, sila yung pinaka-dapat pakinggan. At Gov, nakikinig po, naririnig po kayo ng aming komite sa pamumuno ni Chair. At sana po, moving forward, but quickly moving forward, madinig din po ang Protect VIP at yung iba pa pong groups on the ground na gusto makipag-ugnayan din po sa DNR, ibang ahensya, para maproteksyonan din ang Verde Island Passage. Salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Risa. We will get your questions and we will ask the pertinent parties to answer, and we will give you the answer. We now recognize Senator Lauren Ricarda.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We appreciate the presence of all the government agencies. We appreciate the presence of our affected local government units led by Governor Dolor. And I would just like to ask a basic question which in the past 5 hours I believe has not been answered. Who is coordinating the work of the different agencies to put a stop to the oil spill? Is it Marina? Is it Coast Guard? Is it the Philippine Navy? Is it the DNR? Is it the vessel? Is it the private sector? And this is just with regards to the oil spill or the leak. I saw the comprehensive report of the DNR UPMSI, and they are mentioning about the worst case scenario in case the 800,000 liters is not contained. So we have the way forward. Obviously, we did not anticipate this in NAGAA, so all the recommendations, while it looks good, and thank you for that, it's not provided. But I will amend that by saying, yes, it's not provided, but it could be provided because there is such a thing as the local DRRM funds, which I'm sure Governor Dolor knows much about, and my colleagues, which is 5% of the ERA, Internal Revenue Allotment, and the other revenues of every LGU. 30% of that 5% can be used for quick response fund, and 70% of that 5% can be used for preparedness and or response and rehabilitation. Having said that, I believe, ako nang uuna sa'yo, hindi po yan sapat. Ano ba naman yung ira ng Oriental Mindoro at yung halos 10 na LGU? Ang ira ng aming probinsya at sakop ang ilang barangay, ang ilang sitio sa barangay Semirara at yung isang isla ay maaring hindi rin sapat. Having said that, there's 17 billion allotted in different government agencies, namely DA, DepEd, DPWH, 11 billion, DSWD, which the agencies have been utilizing in giving their own individual agencies response by going to the area. And I thank Secretary Rex Gatchalian that he provided immediately for Semirara through my office and my brother Congressman A.A. Legarda. So I'm grateful for that. I'm sure Sec Rex, upon knowing of the spill, texted me about it, and he was in Mindoro at the time. So we're grateful for that, and the other agencies as well. But aside from the 17 billion, which is allotted to the different agencies, there's 20.5 billion lodged under the NDREAM law. And I know that because when we were Chair of Finance, we used to allocate that. That is under it with the DBM, but it's an NDREAM fund which should replenish the local LDREAM fund, 30% of which is the QRF. So all of these, Madam Chair, are funds available in the national government and the local government. Having premised my query on that, I asked our colleagues in government in the executive department, sino po ang overall in charge base sa ating kaalaman, base sa batas, na siyang nagkukumpas? DNR, gawa mo yan. Si DNR, alam ko ba kinukumpasan ni Sec. Loizaga, BMB, EMB. DOH, meron may nausea, meron may vomiting, meron may LBM. Sino nagkukumpas? Marina, may mga angal sa Marina. Coast Guard under DOTR, etc. So who among the government agencies present here, or maybe hindi na ipatawag, para ipatawag mo namin sa susunod, ang siyang namumuno ng lahat na to? Kung nasagot na po ito earlier at maliwanag na sa ating kaisipan kung sinong in charge, siya po ang tatanungin ko. Pero mukhang wala. Kasi nung nagsalita si Governor Dolor kanina, ay para silang hilo rin at hindi alam, although we are grateful, and he is grateful, that individual agencies and the cabinet members and or representatives have helped Mindoro and Antique. So back to my question, and anyone might answer, especially NDREAM head. Who is our NDREAM head? Where is he? The NDREAM head is S&D. Okay, but he left. Who is the substitute who will answer for NDREAM? ASEC. We have the deputy administrator. Anyway, so we will leave it at that. I just want to know from the agencies present, sino po, who is coordinating all the efforts? Or if there is no head yet, I would suggest, with the cooperation and support of my colleagues, that there should be a head agency. Hindi pwedeng piecemeal. Pag hindi humingi ang LGU at hindi umiyak sa inyo, pupunta ang mga ahensya, tutulong, pupunta mga senador, mga congressman, etc. Tutulong.
Who is it? He's raising his hand, the one from the Philippine Coast Guard.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for the question and for recognizing.
Sir, can you face your name? Kasi po, malayo.
Sorry.
Yes.
Vice Admiral Punzalan po.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po for, again, thank you. Vice Admiral Punzalan po, ma'am. Well, baka po makatulong, this may be helpful, that on ground, on the incident command post, we have our unified incident command post. This is headed by a commander, a very senior officer in the person of Commodore Tuvilla. So sa cleanup operations po natin, ito po yung yung ginagampanan pong role ng Philippine Coast Guard, but I hope it can help as regards the cleanup operations. Thank you, ma'am.
Sinasabi po ninyo, thank you sir, kayo po bilang Coast Guard ang in charge on the ground. When you say on the ground, sa clean up. When you say clean up that the damage has been done. It should be containment and then clean up. But this is just one part of the whole problem. It should also be immediate assessment, but then pag assessment, it means the harm has been done. And then there's a socio-economic aspect. So, sino po sa inyong lahat na mga ahensya nandito or baka wala dito yung tao na in charge? There should be one commander. I mean, you know what I mean, yeah? I mean, I went to military school.
Madam
It's
Chair.
very clear. Hindi pwedeng marami pero walang nagtitimon. And that is why I understand the confusion and the frustration of Governor Dolor. Naghanap po siya ng ulo na kung sino pong in charge sa lahat po ng magigiting na kasamahan sa gobyerno. At yun ang po ang gusto kong tanungin.
Madam Chair, if I
Let
may.
me just ask Coast Guard Vice Admiral Punsalan, sino po ang nagtalaga sa inyo or para po maintindihan naming lawmakers, anong batas ang nagsasabi na ang Coast Guard po ang in charge sa lahat po ng assessment, containment, clean up of whether it's a oil spill, aquatic pollution, ano ba ho? Or you took it upon yourself, even if you're all confused, then thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. First of all, I stand corrected. Hindi po lang clean up, in as much as that is what we're doing right now, really aggressively, but including containment, ma'am, and retrieval. So, tama po kayo when you said so. Ngayon po, ang basis po for the Coast Guard to be the commander of the Unified Incident Command Post for these operations that I just enumerated is cited in Section 3 of Republic Act 9993 or the Philippine Coast Guard Law. In layman's term, ito po yung protection of the marine environment in that respect. Kaya po may National Oil Operation Center for Oil Pollution. But as regards the other aspects, which was very clearly discussed, I can no longer give a comment for that, ma'am.
So clearly, you are in charge, and sabi nyo may unified command, pero limitado rin po. But in your, to your knowledge and your awareness, ay wala pong overall in charge. Iba pa yung mandate pa ng DNR, iba pa mandate. So, who can enlighten me? We cannot have different agencies while well-meaning, well-funded with the resources. It's just the start of the year, we have the resources, and I mentioned the source of funds aside from the individual agencies QRF na walang in charge. Pag hindi ba humingi ang gobernador, ang mga mayor at gumalaw ang mga senador at congressman, hindi, may kusa naman kayo at alam namin yan, pero dapat ay meron tayong roadmap, di ba? Alam natin. So, hindi po natin alam kung sino in charge. I saw Secretary Loizaga raise her hand. May I know, are you taking the lead, Secretary Tony, to lead all these agencies of government for a coherent, comprehensive response to reduce disaster risk, to mitigate the impact and contain the oil leak and the oil spill, and to address the socio-economic impact on the livelihoods of our poor fisher folks and communities?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may go back to our presentation, our slide number 1 actually illustrates the agency mandates according to the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan. And in that table, you will see po there the division of labor, so to speak, on the different agencies and what they are supposed to do depending on the escalation of this disaster. So it's very clearly spelled out po in this document and has basis in law. But
we know the division of law and we saw the presentation, but
yes,
who is in charge? Who's the battalion commander? Who is the commander? who's
Ma'am, if I may,
doing it?
ma'am.
May I know? I saw your presentation. You're just one agency. Who will also coordinate, let's say, for all the food packs? That's covered by Rex, hindi Zito. I mean, you're doing what you can. Coast Guard is doing what they can. But who is coordinating with all of you? Should it not be NDREAM? It should be the NDREAM. Actually, I asked a question which I know the answer. I was hoping you would answer me that. It's a 2010 NDREAM law. NDREAM. That's why who in NDREAM is in charge. Secretary Galvez was here earlier. I know he had to leave. Sino sa NDREAM ang in charge? So maybe we're wrong, but each agency has its mandate. We heard it. But who's in charge totally na itinatahi-tahi lahat ito? No one can answer.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Thank you.
if I may, ma'am, if I may enlighten.
Yes,
I'm Commodore Tubilla, ma'am. I'm the newly designated Incident Commander. Good morning to everyone. Right now, ma'am, on the ground, I am the one liaisoning with all the stakeholders and concerned agencies pertaining to our operation. And among the members of my Unified Incident Command is the PDRMO of the province of Oriental Mindoro. That is the reason why all these things that are moving around in Oriental Mindoro, like the entry of the Japanese strike team, goes under our command, so that we could accompany them and designate them to areas that we need their assessment. So, with regards to the food packs like that are coming in our on the ground, ma'am, the PDRMO, I designate or give instructions to the members kasi unified yung ma'am eh. I'm giving the direction po.
Yes, very clear.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commodore. I will answer my own question, and this is for the enlightenment of all agencies. While it is an old law, it is defined in the law so clearly, and we must act as one, so to speak, based on this 2010 law. In Section 15 of the NDREAM-C Law, Republic Act 10121, coordination during emergency, and clearly this is an emergency, the local DREAM-C, in this case, the provincial DRR officers, in our case, Antique, in your case, Mindoro, shall take the lead in preparing for and responding to and recovering from the effects of any disaster. But of course, these are provincial, local LDREAMs, and they all will meet towards the national DREAM-C. That is why Congress, the Senate, put the 20 billion under the national NDREAM, and the local also have their own local DRR funds, and every agency, including DNR, has part of the 17 billion. So the answer to my question, sirs, is the NDREAM. Kaya wala ngayon si Secretary Galvez, andyan siya noong umaga, sino po ang sasagot sa akin na nagre-represent po ng NDREAM? Kasi may secretariat yan. You're a coordinating council. You should coordinate with DNR, with DOH, with the SWD, with the ABFAR, how many fishing boats are needed, with the PWH, nasira yung seawall, o ganito, nadumihan, walang taungan ng mga mangingisda, DILG, ano ang kailangan, di ba? Ganun po. So, NDREAM. Nung panahon namin nun, ang NDREAM, di ba, may OCD Secretariat at may Executive Director. I am not certain how the setup is now. May I know, sir, is the OCD here, which then was the Secretariat of the NDREAM, present here, and can you answer these questions? And are you, NDREAM National, performing the task of coordinating with all these men and women as well as the local governments?
We have here ASEC Alejandro to answer.
Thank you, ma'am. Bakit po yung deputy? Sino po yung administrator? Deputy. Si Secretary Galvez ang administrator, kayo po ang deputy? No.
The administrator is Yusek Nepomuceno, ma'am.
The administrator of the NDREAM, the chair of the NDREAM is the SND.
The chair, ma'am, is the SND.
Yes, I know, that's our law.
The
So,
executive director is...
But the head is the administrator.
is the executive director of the
Yes,
council.
where is the executive director, sir? Because he should be the executive director of NDREAM, based on what I said, is supposed to talk to you this way. February 28, it happened. Midnight, you should be talking this way. Tapos nagputos, nag-uusap, anong assessment. Then all the reports of every agency that we've been seeing for the past
Where is your
should be read. Where is the
administrator? I thought it's Secretary Galvez.
He's a chair.
The chair, ma'am.
Where is your administrator?
Nasa Aguinaldo po, ma'am, meron siyang important meeting.
Does he know that there's an oil spill?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he in charge? Has he met with all of you present in this committee hearing?
Yes, ma'am. He has met the governor himself
Yes.
last week.
Okay, can you
We have
speak
been
with
coordinating, ma'am, regarding this one.
Sige.
But because we have a contingency plan that we follow, which designates the Coast Guard as the lead when it comes to the oil spill response. So our role basically, ma'am, right now is to provide augmentation to the Coast Guard and to DNR when it comes to coming up with support. But pag sinabi po, ma'am, na hindi na kaya ng provincial, then our regional Dream C is there to support. In fact, we have activated our Dream C already.
They said that you are the secretariat,
Yes,
not the one in charge.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
the secretariat coordinating.
Yes, kailangan ng mag-coordinate sa lahat ng ahensya para hindi mararamdaman ng LGU na parang ulila sila na walang...
I think, Senator Lauren, maybe we should ask the President to assign the head.
Maybe. Yes, that's why we're asking.
Kasi ito, secretariat lang to eh. Oo, hindi ito ang head eh.
That's why, yes, I was going to that. I was going to make a recommendation. I'm glad that the chair mentioned that. Sana, segundahan mo na yung aking motion, Madam Chair. Seeing the absence of a clear head of this monstrosity, of this emergency, of this, it's not just an oil spill, it's an aquatic pollution, it's an ocean spill, because it's not just, it's the 800 liters and not yet there. So this will be continuing, not for weeks, not for months, for years. Recalling Guimaras. And I know that this has been said to be worse than Guimaras. So, we look for the secretariat head. But how can the secretariat head coordinate all this? Ang tanong ko po, mula February 28, lahat po na nakalap na impormasyon ngayong araw na ito, nag-meeting ba ho ang NDREAM C, face-to-face or Zoom? Ilang beses na po, kasama ba ho ang mga lokal na pamahalaan ng Antique hanggang sa head ng barangay at mga head ng purok at sityo, pati na rin po ang mga mayor at gobernador at mga barangay captain ng affected towns. At 2 weeks may need assessment na by the time na kalap na baho ng NDREAM C through OCD Secretariat ang needs assessment at naibigay na ba sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno para po magawa. So, maliwanag, iba yung containment at cleanup at iba yung socio-economic at health needs po ng tao. ASEC, I'm sorry to
Yes.
have to put you through this. Kayo po ang nandito humaharap. Ano po ang sagot?
Yes, ma'am. We have been meeting on this since day one. In fact, through VTC, we have met the Coast Guard, the DNR, and other agencies. And personally, nakapunta na rin kami sa Mindoro. And we have designated our regional director there as our task force head to support the effort. And we have reports, ma'am. We have consolidated everything. In fact, based on our updates this morning, we have consolidated the cost of assistance that every agency has provided. And we are continuously doing that. In fact, we have placed on red alert status our operation center specifically to cater to the needs of this emergency po.
Can you give us that report,
Yeah.
the costings of the different agencies which contributed to the oil spill.
I'm glad you
Give
mentioned
us a
that.
copy.
Yeah, kindly provide
Yeah,
the committee. Magkano na po ang total na assistance na nabigay po lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno sa nakaraang 2 linggo? February 28, February, so that's March 13.
To date,
So 14.
yes ma'am. To date, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Senator, it's already placed at 20.5 million pesos, 18.8 million of which came from DSWD, and then from OCD 281,000, and then from LGUs. Also, based on our coordination with DSWD, they have on standby 745 million pesos standby funds, and for OCD we have around 466,000 million pesos on standby.
Let me state. 1.2 billion or did I hear 25 million? Magkano na po ang ginastos nyo?
It's 25
million.
Close to 20.5 million pesos.
20 million pa lang po?
Yes.
Okay.
That excludes the food for work.
Yes,
that,
ulitin ko po, 20 million, 2 probinsya. Actually more, 3 probinsya, 2 rehiyon.
They have a standby fund. Sinabi din sa akin niya ni Secretary Galvez sa OCD na 400 plus million. Tapos sabi niya meron sa 700 plus million ng DSWD.
Yes.
Paalala ko po, meron po kayong 17 billion lodged in various agencies, including DNR, DOH, DepEd, DPWH, etc. Tingnan po nyo yung allocation. I can give it to you here. It's in the GAA. And you have 20 billion under the MDREAM-C, and make sure that that is also utilized, although that is for the whole year, for the whole country. But this is an emergency that will affect the livelihoods. I don't think 20 million pesos ay mararamdaman po ng lahat ng apektado po dito. Pero babalik po ako sa katanungan
I don't think that's a complete. Kasi I'm sure yung yung DNR, malaki na rin na nagasta niya, wala namang nakalagay doon. Kaya I think that's understated.
That's why I don't think it's 20 million
lang.
alone. I don't think it's 20 million
No,
because
ma'am.
what I'm asking is a cost. You said you had the cost estimate, so I was happy you had it. In cleanup, in assessment, in livelihood, in health, in food packs, in fishing boats, in supplemental livelihoods, komprehensibo. Kaya nga kailangan merong head na komprehensibo. Prevention and containment and leading to the least leak na kaya sana, at the same time yung the one taking care of the livelihood of our people. I don't think, sir, with all due respect, the 20 million is the total cost. And which brings me back to the MDREAM-C law, because it says, and I will read the portion of our law, the MDREAM-C should be in charge when there are 2 or more regions affected. In this case, clearly, it's Mimaropa and Region 6. So, kailangan, February 28, nangyari yan, trigger, MDREAM-C, meeting lahat. Kung di pa nagpatawag ng meeting ang Senado, mag-uusap-usap ba kayong lahat? I'll be very candid here, Madam Chair. It's been our comment often as senators that nakikita-kita lang ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno, hindi ko po rin nila lahat, pag nasa committee hearing o nasa budget hearing o pag may mga investigasyon gaya nito. Parang bang kayo, you exist in isolation. So, dapat nag-uusap-usap. This provision of MDREAM law of 2010 should have been triggered on February 28 when this spill happened, because every LGU has a local DRR officer. Every they report to the province. And it, instead of cascading, goes up to the provincial and to the national MDREAM. Hindi po nyo kasalanan, ASEC, kayo po ay deputy administrator. The administrator should have been here, and the MDREAM dapat may merong daily reports. No, all these agencies, okay, isa-isahin ko, si Coast Guard, si DOLE, si Marina, si NAMRIA, okay, under ka kay DNR, si DOH, si DSWD, lahat ng binanggit natin ay nag-uusap ba ng madalas para tunghayan yung pangangailangan ng Nauhan, ng Pola, ng Semirara? Maaring ginagawa, pasundot-sundot, pero yung talagang komprehensibong converge, parang hindi po. So, Madam Chair, may I propose that the President designate among agencies, hindi tayo maglalagay ng bagong tao, ibibrief pa. As a head, there should be a head na nagkukumpas. Kung ang orkestra, meron ba to na para maayos ang musika? Kung ang Senado, may Senate President, may leadership. Kung ang Kongreso, lahat kailangan may, kung batalyon, may leader, may commander. Di ba po? Kailangan may ulo.
Senator Lauren, we will write the President that to assign a head for this Operation Oil Spill.
It's my humble suggestion. I'm glad the chair agrees. Okay, having said that, may I know, so two things I want to know. First, the prevention, containment of the spill that was described by DNR based on the UP MSI. Who is responsible for doing that? It's been answered earlier. I just want you to restate it before the end of the hearing. How much will it cost? And how much of the damage will be mitigated if that cost is given to you? And do we have the technology, the know-how, the skills, and the warm bodies, the people to do it? That is containing the spill. I will tell you my next question. Prospectively, all the livelihoods affected in the 3 provinces thus far, and the other provinces that will be affected if the spill and the worst case scenario is not, if it happens, how much will it cost and what is being done about that? So the scientific answer on the technology and the human resources needed to contain the spill, and the human resources and the financial resources needed to provide livelihoods to the people. Who will answer? Because there's no head, we will not be able to answer. I am certain perhaps that the agencies can answer. Thank you, Vice Admiral.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, Senator Legardo, ma'am. Ang akin pong sagot na may bibigay po, it is part of the mandate of the Coast Guard to undertake containment, abatement, and mitigation of oil at sea. So kung kaya't, I will further describe na 3 layer po siya. We have offshore, which is nautical miles away from shore. Then we have near the shoreline, and then finally shoreline.
How much nga? How much?
How much po ang kailangan? Ma'am, wala ko exact figure, pero may I just describe it in the form of factors? Kasi we use boats when we go offshore. So yung utility...
You must have an idea,
Ma'am,
you must have an idea
of how much so far,
of how much it will cost. So we will have an idea of if our money is enough, our budget is enough for that. Just an idea. It can estimate lang, just a rough idea of how much it will cost. Tingin ko yung kanilang yung economic will depend on how long you will have this spill kasi yung pag-support sa mga fishermen and the people will depend on how long this will take. So we must have an idea on how long this will take and how much it will cost. So we will have an idea of how long we will support the people affected by this.
Opo, ma'am. Ma'am, if I may continue, our companions is finding out a very close estimate to the amount. Yung...
Secretary Loizaga, how long do you think this will take to control this?
Ma'am, it will really depend on, number one, how we can...
The worst.
In terms of ecosystem damage, ma'am, because we do not see what is not on the surface at this time. So
no, but the spill, how long will we contain the spill? Yung ecosystem damage, years yan kasi ibabalik mo lahat yung mga na-damage. But how How long will we support the people of the Mindoro Oriental and Antique and Palawan, those affected? So we will have an idea.
Ma'am, the last estimates that we also reported to the President from UPMSI, and this was as late as Friday po, last Friday. The spillage is taking place at about 35,000 to 50,000 liters per day. Their calculation then was that it would take about 15 to 20 days to actually empty the vessel. If the assumptions are correct po, and until we see the actual vessel po, we cannot say that this is the estimated scenario po. So 15 to 20 days po to actually empty the vessel. How it will reach po the different municipalities depends po on the winds and the current. So we will have to rely on the model that they are actually running. And again, ma'am, that is only from the surface that we can see. Ang transport po niyan for the heavy, we cannot see from the top. So kailangan po constant monitoring.
The governor, if it will take 1 month to control the speed, how do you think you will go back to normal? How long will we support your people?
This is the problem, ma'am. While there is oil sa sea, yun ma'am, fish ay affected. Kaya ma'am, nag-request ma'am ako sa BIFAR of a regular testing ng toxicity level ng fish. Dahil ma'am, ngayong oras na to, ang dami ma'am isdang namamatay.
We have the BIFAR here. Where's the BIFAR?
Pero wala pa pong result.
Nandyan ba? Hindi ba nandyan ang BIFAR? Where is the BIFAR? O gaano katagal mo yung mga fishes will be affected kung 1 month magtatagal yung spill?
Good afternoon po. As far as the sampling is concerned po, nandun na po siya sa FNRI. I-refer po namin yung sample po niya, ma'am. For the...
Tinatanong kita, halimbawa 1 month yung spill, o gaano katagal mawawala ng trabaho yung mga fishermen na hindi makakapunta doon sa dagat because of the spill? Para alam natin kung gaano natin susuportahan yung mga fishermen.
As for the livelihood, ma'am, we are thinking of providing yung post-harvest livelihood po. Perhaps we can source out our raw materials from Occidental Mindoro.
Oh.
For raw materials sa ating
So hindi
post-harvest.
magagamit yung coast ng Oriental Mindoro for how long? Kung ganyan ang spill, gaano katagal?
Kasi nga po, we have to verify po based on sa result. Kasi right now, ma'am, sensory lang po, ma'am eh.
Oh.
Kaya
Pero
kailangan po
just a rough idea kung how long, based on experience.
I'm not a competent person for that, ma'am. I have to refer that to our laboratory people po.
Can you give a report on
Yes,
that? Ano yung kahaba-haba mong report na binigay sa akin? Tapos hindi mo masabi sa akin kung gaano katagal.
It's
Ang
not
haba-haba ng
initiatives lang po yun, ma'am, for Region 6 as well as yung Mimaropa region po.
May ang haba-haba kang report dito, tapos sasabihin mo, you have to consult. Diba ito? Ilang pages to? Haba-haba.
Since Feb 28 po yan, ma'am, na incident.
Pero I just want to have an idea na pag nag-oil spill ng 1 month, gaano katagal hindi magagamit yung, hindi makaka-fish yung mga fishermen sa dagat na yon.
In short, we're anticipating the damage and the effect on livelihood. BIFAR cannot answer that. Can any government agency answer that?
Pag hindi na-answer ng BIFAR tungkol sa fish, I don't think, Coast Guard, alam mo ba? O ikaw, alam mo ba?
Madam Chair,
Oh.
I just wish to answer quickly the question a while ago, how much we
You
use
have not answered my question totally, or is it finished? And then answer the question of the chair. And then
Ano ang ma-answer mo?
2.5 to 3 million a day, ma'am.
To clean?
To operate our equipment, to respond. I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Oh, pero 1 month di ba? So, kung 3 million a day, 100 million, di ba? Something like that, di
This is
ba?
to operate the equipment. Your question was livelihood.
Yun nga, hindi niya nga masagot. Hindi mo ba kayang sagutin yun, Coast Guard? Kung halimbawa,
Okay. So, what we need to know is, remember, I asked you about the cleanup, who is in charge kayo? Do you have the technology, the know-how? How long will it take? How do you prevent all the oil from spilling, the 800 liters? Are we able to do that? Do we have the know-how and the technology?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'll answer by saying, first, we have bottoms, we have ships, we have booms, and this is unified, this is collective. So we get science-based information from DNR, and then we have the oil spiller who coordinates likewise. Just a while ago, they mentioned that they coordinated for an ROV with this dynamic positioning vessel, so that we can take a look at the vessel down beneath, so that we can know how to crimp or to prevent more oil to come up. That is what the Coast Guard has, ma'am.
Oh, you have the technology, the know-how to prevent further oil from spilling.
Or to contain, abate, and mitigate, ma'am, the effect of oil.
You have
Yes,
it?
they do. Yes, ma'am.
You have it?
Yes, ma'am. Booms, personnel, with training, and boats.
So are you doing it now?
Yes,
Are you
ma'am.
containing the spill? Has it been contained?
Every time the seas become calm,
Yes.
our boats are deployed right away with booms, and then they skim it out to collect and recover the oil.
Madam Chair, can I interject?
We hear from Governor Delor.
Let's be very frank in this hearing, Madam Chair. Huwag nating itago ang totoo. Ang totoo, ma'am, the problem is becoming huge, bigger and bigger every day. Bakit po? Tinatago kasi natin yung problema eh. Hindi ka ma'am, tinatago kasi, Commodore, mag-usap tayo. Sabi nyo, meron kayong spill booms. Pero tingnan nyo, bakit kinakailangan gumawa, Vice Admiral, ng mga tao ng temporary spill booms? Because you do not have enough. Ang spill boom po ninyo ay 250 meters na nandun sa gitna ng dagat. We have 55 kilometers. If we have 55 kilometers of coastline na may problema, and you have only 250, 300 meters of spill boom, how can we prevent the spill? Sana ang sinasabi natin dito, ngayong oras na ito, may problema. Dahan-dahan natin, Madam Chair, with your permission. Kaya po ito nagiging magulo. Tama po ang inyong dinadrive na point, Senator Loren. Kailangan kami nagdidirehe. First day, wala talaga nagdidirehe. Wala po talaga. Ang totoo, ang nag-request pa po sa akin na meeting between Coast Guard and DENR, yung director ng DENR at si Secretary Loizaga. Pinagsama ko po yan. I presided over the first PDRRMC meeting, pagkalubog ng barko. At that time, up to last Friday, we do not know who is in charge. That's why the provincial government took charge. Ma'am, lahat ng cabinet secretary sa amin pumupunta, the PDRRMC is well placed the whole week. The whole 12 days. Kaya ma'am, nag-request ako kay Secretary Loizaga at kay Secretary Jaime Galvez at kay Admiral Abo, give us somebody who will be my partner kasi hindi ito trabaho ng local government. Ang sabi ninyo sa rule, di ba, Vice Admiral, meron tayong sinusunod na contingency plan. Sa contingency plan, ang in charge, sabi nyo, pag oil spill, Coast Guard. So lahat ng agency nag-back off. Kasi sabi, Coast Guard ang in charge. Sabi ko, Coast Guard, pero who is in charge? Who is in charge? On paper, you're in charge. But in everything that's happening, who is in charge? Wala. I requested Admiral Abo to send me somebody from Coast Guard who will take charge. I'm happy you sent Commodore Tobilla. He is now the one in charge. But it is only up to the containment, clean up. But this is a multifaceted effort. Ma'am, mayroong relief, mayroong recovery, may damage control, may computation. Who will now be the one in charge? Ma'am, alam nyo, nag-initiative na po ang provincial government. Ang provincial government, nagawa na po ng sarili namin recovery program because we do not know. How are we going to? Sa recovery program, kasama po dito yung mga ahensya ng gobyerno na tutulong sa amin paano mabibigyan. Kaya lang po, the involved agencies here are national government agencies. I'm happy that Secretary Galvez kanina assured me, this time I'll be the one. With that assurance of Secretary Galvez that he's going to take charge, doon pa lang po ako nagkaroon ng sana Sana, Madam.
So actually, thank you for saying that. You're sinisigundahan mo yung tanong ko, who is in charge? At saka, tama si Governor Dolor. Huwag po natin lilinlangin or tatakpan ang problema para mabigyan ng permanenteng solusyon. Huwag natin sasabihin, kaya natin, itong mandato natin, abatement, mitigation, at kaya namin, may mga boom kami. Kung kulang, sabihin nyo. Kung may costing, sabihin po nyo. At susubukan natin gawin. Natutuwa ako sa positibo nyong attitude sa buhay. Kaya namin to, kaya namin. Pero sabihin nyo, kung may kakulangan, sigurado kung may kulang, sabihin po ninyo. Secretary, so hindi pa po nasasagot yung aking katanungan. I think yung katanungan po ng Chair, kung ano po ang kailangan sa kabuhayan ng mga apektadong libo-libong mangingisda at ibang komunidad sa 3 probinsya para po maplano natin mula sa pondong nariyan naman sa gobyerno ang pagbibigay ng kanilang kabuhayan. Nakapending yung question ko, pakisagot po pagkatapos ng sagot ni Secretary Loizaga. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Senator Lauren po, just to give some reference po in terms of the past experience, I will turn over to Undersecretary Malu Ernie, who was the task team leader during the Guimaras oil spill. And so we have the data from Undersecretary Ernie about the recovery and the pace at which the containment happened during Guimaras. Yusek Ernie, please.
Madam Chair, Senator Ligarda and others, good afternoon. So, in Guimaras, I was then the General Manager of Petron Foundation, and I was asked by Nick Alcantara, Chairman Nick Alcantara, to be the incident commander. I stayed 4 months on field, on site. And for the remotely operated vehicle, it took them 3 days to be able to complete the work of the ROV. After that, the oil recovery operation, ma'am, was completed in 21 days. And then after that, we had a lot of livelihood program opportunities. And then DNR Secretary Alcala announced that after 5 months, Alcala po, si Dr. Alcala announced that the waters are already fishing can already be done after 5 months, ma'am. 5 months, yes. So 3 days of ROB, 21 days of oil recovery operations, and then after 5 months, pwede na pong mag-fish. Thank you.
So that was Guimaras, and it's been projected that this could be worse than Guimaras.
Actually, in Guimaras, it was 2.1 million liters, no? And in terms of the location of the vessel, 639 meters.
Deeper. So
yes.
this is like 1/2. Yeah, one half, 800,000. But we don't know the effects. We don't know. It could be less in liters, but the effects depending on the marine ecosystem affected, depende po yan.
Madam Chair, yes, indeed. So we're looking at biodiversity values and the relationship between biodiversity and the livelihoods of people as well as their health.
Mas konti yung taong apektado ron, ito, nakatatlong probinsya na. Oo. Diba? So, hindi sa litro lang ng oil, kung hindi na rin sa dami ng populasyon sa affected areas at sa uri ng marine ecosystem sa mga lugar na yun. At sa livelihood ng mga tao, kung marami mga resort, turismo, yung mga trabaho doon, at kung kumpul-kumpul ang komunidad na alam kong ganun kumpul-kumpul madami.
Yes. Sir Lauren, we will just estimate the number of people to be supported, and then we will assume a length of time. And then we'll multiply yung sweldo nila every day for that length of time bago sila makabalik dun sa dagat. I-assume natin 6 months. Sabi nila 20,000, di ba? Ilan ba? 20,000. Ang nakalagay doon, 380 ba a day ang sweldo?
Madam Chair.
Minimum wage? Yes?
Tanong ko lang po, kasi as affected area sa Oriental Mindoro,
Kasi hindi ko po naririnig hanggang kailan po yung barko doon and ano yung plano po doon sa barko. Kasi iba yung nakikita ko po, narinig ko, is yung paano tatanggalin yung oil. Ang tanong ko po ay hanggang kailan po yung barko doon sa lugar namin?
Kailangan tanggalin ng barko. Kaya,
Yung oil po, hanggang kailan po?
yung oil,
na nandun,
sabi
opo.
nila, kaya nila 1 month eh.
1 month?
daw eh. Yun ang estimate nila. Di ba sabi
Ganun
ko,
katagal?
21 days. O di 1
So 1 month everyday po kami maglilinis ng shoreline. Kasi kung 1 month po, everyday po kami maglilinis ng shoreline namin. Everyday.
Sabi sa inyo na 21 days. Kung that's yeah. You should have an idea. So kung mapipigil nila yung oil for 1 month, then it will take, sabi nila, 6 months para magamit yung You just have to support the people for 6 months. That's salary nila, di ba?
Di namin kaya,
compute
ma'am.
natin kung magkano ang ICE or tupad that we will give, how long. Di ba?
Madam Chair.
We have an estimate.
Senator Villar, Chairman. I will answer it since no one is answering it. Per the report, there are 137,000, more or less, persons in Mimaropa and Western Visayas. I-times na natin minimum wage 400 per day.
Support the family. You don't give salary to all the family. You just give a salary to
So let's make it 30,000 families. It's 30,000 families for 137,230 persons. So assuming let's make it per person. Let's just how you can't give 400. No, but we cannot
Madam
give,
Chair, if I may.
but you should compute 30,000. I just want to see how much we need. Dapat sinasagot to ng ahensya ng gobyerno 30,000 families. 30,000 families times how much would you give per family? No, it cannot. Huh? 400 per family. That's 12 million per day. Times 30 days, that's 360 million. Times 6 months, that's 2.1 billion. Assuming it's 6 months because Kimaras was 5 months.
Sabi ni Endream at saka ni sino yung isa na may pera, ay yung DSWD, may doon silang 1.2 billion na standby di ba?
As I said, there's 17 billion lodged in different agencies and there's 20 billion under National Endream and there's LGU, but small, QRF funds. So, approximately, but I don't think mabubuhay naman tao sa 400.
No, they said there's an alternative, they go to the other side, baka may manabuhay din sa other side. Kasi itong na-damage, Oriental, meron daw Occidental. So, at least, you don't have to give everything to them, but at least the subsidy, then they can find, magkakasin tayo ng,
I'm not sure if my computation is correct. Is it 2.1
at least
billion?
may basic na pagkaan.
But 300 a day, ay hindi makatao, 400 a day. Well, for a family,
Ang partner nga, 12,400 a day times 30 days is 12,000. Ang farmer nga ngayon, ang kwenta ng 5,000 naman. Diba?
Okay, so,
kaya tayo nagpupumilit
Madam-
na paganday ng buhay ng farmer kasi gusto natin.
Tama po. Madam Chair.
Pero sila 5,000 lang ang kanila.
Actually po, mapapadali po sana ito kung mapapadali ang pagpasok ng ROV. Kaya po may nakikiusap during the committee hearing na rin po na ma-ensure yung lahat ng cabinet offices at mga opisina ng gobyernong dadaanan. Nakasulat na po ako sa lahat ng dadaan ng opisina, Bureau of Quarantine, Coast Guard, PPA, Bureau of Customs, at saka po Immigration. I've already written them a letter yesterday. Nasabit ko na po, may specific na pangalan ng barko. Kung yung limang ahensya po na yun, ibibigay sa atin ngayon yung assurance na pagdating ng barko dyan, cleared na sila, diretso na po yung barko to Oriental Mindoro, mapapabilis po natin ang pag-solve ng problema. Yun lang po hinihingi muna namin. I-assure kami na yung pong permitting ng mga ito, salit na pahirapan yung barko, padaliin. nakakatulong na po ng malaki yun.
Who are you addressing your question to, Governor?
Sabi ko sa pamamagitan po ng committee ito, mas mapadali
Sino
natin.
kaya ang sasagot sa kanila para ma-assure ka na mangyayari yung hinihiling?
Barko, yung ate. Sino ba in charge ng barko? Coast Guard.
Kasi sinabi mo yun, accounting yung lahat. Dapat may
Sino
oo at
ba in charge
gagawin
ng
nila.
barko?
Sino?
Partly man Coast Guard.
Coast Guard. Yan, Coast Guard.
Coast Guard.
Partly man Customs, Operations, Quarantine.
Kayo na po. Kayo na po ang sasagot.
At least those parts kasi we will collaborate with other agencies na concerned, ma'am.
Habang wala po pong ina-appoint
kami lang
charge,
titingin
kayo po.
Sige po, Sir, 5 opisina po yun. Bureau of Quarantine.
Saan magko-coordinate?
Ang PPA po, nandyan.
Yes, sir.
Coast Guard,
Yes, sir.
Bureau of Immigration, at Bureau of Customs.
Yes, sir.
Yun. Pangalawa, Madam Chair, hinihiling ko po sa lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno yung lahat ng tulong na nabigay na mula noong February 28 hanggang sa araw na to ng hearing. Hindi ako naniniwalang 20 million lang. So lahat ng nabigay na ng DSWD, lahat ng nabigay na ng DA, lahat ng nabigay na ng PFAR sa ilalim ng DA, at kung wala pa, para makita natin.
Senator Lauren, kasi itong Coast Guard, di naman marunong hindi marunong mag-compute yan. Dapat ibigay natin doon sa marunong sa pagko-compute. Palagay ko.
Ginagawa po nila ang kanilang kayang gawin. Pero
sino ba magaling sa inyo lahat mag-compute? Kasi
that's why my motion, Madam Chair, is to request all agencies helping the provinces affected by the oil spill to submit to the committee all help in kind, in cost, from February 28 to today. Today is Tuesday. We hope to have
March 14.
inputs,
March 14.
yes, the inputs from the agencies by tomorrow at the latest. And and then your wish list or anong gagawin nyo sa next 30 days na ibibigay nyo. Kasi for sure, it will not be solved in 30 days. So, what have you given so far? If not given anything, then what will you give, let's say, BIFAR? Ilang libong BIFAR boats na fiberglass boats ang nabigay nyo. Pero wala naman pwedeng mag-fishing dahil nasa oil spill. Wala nga. Or, dole, let's say kabuhayan, nandiyan ang dole, alternative na kabuhayan, nagbigay ba kayong kapital para sa sari-sari store? Nagbigay kayo para sa gagawin? Meron na po kayong binigay? Anong klaseng kabuhayan ang binigay nyo? Magkanong kapital? DSWD Sustainable Livelihood Program sa mga 4P families na nakatira sa karagatan. Sino ang nabigay? Anong nabigay na nyo? O lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno magsumite sa committee chair and the members, please, lahat na nabigay na natulong, at kung wala pa, anong ibibigay na tulong. At ikakalap namin yan, ibibigay namin sa mga apektong LGUs. At yun ang iintay nila. 30 days na ibibigay nyo. Pag hindi pa na-resolve ng 30 days, another 30 days. Pag hindi pa, another 30 days hanggang sa 5 months ng Guimaras solution or more, wag naman sana. Pero at least, meron kayong commitment na nakasulat na nasumite sa committee ito para may kinalabasan. Hindi lang investigasyon, kwentuhan, tapos hinaing, tapos. May pinanghahawakan si Mayor ng Pola at si Governor Donor at sa lahat ng mayor na lumawas pa dito na ito ang pangako ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno. That's a motion, Madam Chair.
thank you. We approve the motion.
Thank you.
Require all the agencies of the government to submit what they're going to do. Affected by the oil spill by agency.
Thank you.
Please submit to us and we will give a copy to each senator.
Very good. I appreciate that. Madam Chair. I think that's a very concrete output of this hearing, while understanding the science of what will go into the abatement and containment of the oil spill, but the humanitarian response and the socio-economic needs of our people in the 3 or more provinces up to the barangay, sitio, purok level will hopefully be addressed. And walang dahilan po ang ahensya na sabihin walang pera at meron pong pera. At sinayad ko na sa inyo ang pinanggagalingan po ng pera. At kung mabagal ang mga ahensya, sabihin nyo. At hindi tayo pwedeng life as usual. Hindi po, emergency po ito, pang araw-araw na pangingisda ng ating mga fisher folks ang apektado dito. Hindi lang sa aming probinsya, kundi lalo na sa Oriental Mindoro.
Finish? Yeah, thank you, Senator Lauren.
Madam Chair, will you have another hearing?
Yeah,
You have another
we'll just
hearing. Okay.
suspend this and we'll decide.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Hindi na, umalis na eh. Nasaan? Wala. Suspend na natin.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, may panghuling salita si Governor Dolor na binubulong sa akin. Sabi ko, sabihin na lang sa mikropono.
We wish to acknowledge Governor Dolor.
Greetings, ma'am. First, we wish to thank the committee on initiating this one and Senator Tolentino also for doing a great job. Siya po yung kapartner ko rin po sa Japanese Embassy sa mga sulat nating pinadala. Second, I wish to thank all the cabinet secretaries and the directors na tumutulong. Honestly po, napakaganda po ng response, kaya lang muta-mutakit. Ang kailangan po namin, isang maliwanag na baton. Isang maliwanag na baton. Ngayon na may baton na tayo, sabi ng muta-mutake, lahat tumutulong, lahat gumagawa ng kanilang role, kailangan lang po natin may nagbabato. On containment and cleanup, meron na ngayon sa Coast Guard. Ang kailangan po natin on other initiatives, meron po. Para kami naman po sana sa local government, ang concern na lang namin, paano namin aalagaan yung mamamayan namin sa local. And we think this kind of concrete actions, hearing from you and hearing from them. Also, doon sa owners po, babalik lang po ako doon sa owner po ng barko. Sana po, tulad ng ating pinangako sa hearing na ito at pinangako nyo kahapon, kayo po ay makikipagtulungan at sa lalong madaling panahon ay kukumbinsihin nyo yung counterpart ninyo sa PNI, sa Harbor Star at saka sa Malayan Towage na magawa yung part naman ninyo. On the part of the local government and the people of Oriental Mindoro, rest assured po that while all of us are doing our respective responsibilities, you have a people very much appreciative of everything that you have done so far, you are doing, and you will still do. At the end of the day, let's make Oriental Mindoro, Antique and Palawan a better place for all of us while learning the lessons brought about by the Holy Spirit. Maraming salamat po, magandang hapon, and thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Governor Dolor. I wish to thank our senators who attended this public inquiry, our resource person and guests who have shared valuable information and views. We are very much committed to help in the ongoing efforts to contain the oil spill, as this will avert further damages to our fragile ecosystem and the people in the area who have been suffering since the oil spill began. In the meantime, we are suspending this meeting. Thank you for attending. Magandang hapon po sa inyo.
Madam Chairperson,
Yes.
would I be allowed to talk?
No, I will send your question to the concerned person and I will give you their answer. I have your question.
But that's another thing, Madam Chairperson.
This is
Very
suspended.
short.
Okay.
Very short.
Okay. But
possible.
you just comment because the meeting has been suspended, so you can comment.
Just 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Make your comment. I will listen. Please, the question is for the Coast Guard and the Marina. So please, go ahead. He is the president of a Seafarer Association.
Okay.
Engineer Ramirez.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like to ask this question, Madam Person, to the head of the Marina Administrator.
Marina Administrator daw. Please answer.
Or any from Marina.
So, who is from Marina? Somebody from Marina.
Marina, si ano?
Ma'am, somebody from Marina.
Kasi sa kanila ito.
Okay, somebody is here from Marina.
Okay.
Please ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Isn't it that Marina is in charge in the registration of vessel? Yes or no lang? Para madali tayo.
Good afternoon. Yes,
Yes, now. Okay.
Is Marina in charge also for the maritime safety?
Yes, Madam Chair, we issue the statutory certificates of the vessel.
Is Marina in charge also for the certificate of convenience?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Is Marina also in charge in accreditation of the Maritime Training Center?
Yes, Madam Chair, we issue the accreditation of the...
Is Marina in charge also of giving examinations to the seafarers?
Yes, Madam Chair, we issue the certificate of competency of the seafarers.
Yes, the examination, you are also giving the examination, giving the licenses, issuing the licenses, and issuing the certificate of competency. Lahat po ay nasa inyo. Kaya kung meron mang sisihin, hindi po natin pwede sisihin ang Bureau of Customs, hindi po natin pwede sisihin ang DNR, kundi Marina, kasi nasa inyo lahat. Ito is a question.
Fairness po, wala naman tayong sinisisi. Talagang sinisisi
Last question na lang,
natin yung Philippine Coast Guard at Marina. Kasi sila yung nag-ano yan nagko-control ng mga vessel
Lalo na itong certificate of convenience, Madam Chairperson. Kasi kung ito hindi nila pinayagan, we could have not been here. Hindi tayo wala na itong problema natin.
Alam po natin yon, alam natin lahat yon. Alam naman ng lahat ng tao dito na kung hindi nagkamali ang Marina at saka ang Philippine
Marina, lahat mo ang masisi.
Problema dito. Alam natin yon. We don't have to say it. Any intelligent person will know that. Hindi nga lang sila sinasabihan natin ng ganyan, but lahat tayo alam natin na sila nagkamali kaya naranasan natin ito. O yun, that's clear. Okay. Yun lang. Do you have complaint pa? I mean, you have a series of questions here. I'll forward it to you and you answer it so I can forward it to him.
Yes,
Alam
Madam
naman
Chair.
natin yun hindi naman natin sila pinaligtas Talagang sila ang may kasalanan kaya tayo nagkaganito. Pero ang pinag-usapan natin dito, pagkatapos ng problema natin, we have to solve it. Oh, we cannot just accuse you of what you have done. We have to have a solution to the problem. That's why we're talking. We want a solution to the problem. But that doesn't exempt them from their responsibility. Eh, kung magdemanda yung mga na-apekto, that's their problem.
Kaya po, we have to go to the root cause of the problem.
Yeah, we know the
Otherwise,
root cause.
we will...
We know the root cause of the problem. That's really accepted. Oh, we know the root cause, except that we want to solve the problem. That's why we're talking on how we will solve the problem.
Ambos. Atras na lang kaya kayo. Para dito na dumaan. Atras na lang. Oh.